Doc, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm
Yeah,
fine by grace.
we thank God.
Yeah,
Well,
and how are you too?
I'm doing well by God's grace.
Thank God.
Just another semester, so
Yes,
we need
please.
to go through. How are you? How is life been?
Oh, it's great.
Oh, okay. We thank God. Thank God.
Yeah, okay.
Where are my other people? They're not online yet. I'm sure people are now waking up.
Yes, please.
I hope the family is doing well.
Yes, please.
Oh, we thank God. So maybe
Yeah.
we'll wait a little bit for more folks to join before we
All
get
right.
started. Have a
Okay.
lovely day.
Thank you.
Hello, Belinda and Juliana. How are you doing?
Doc, please, I'm doing well by grace. How about you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Julie, are you there? Juliana, are you there? Okay, maybe the mic is not working.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Julie. How are you? Juliana, how are you doing?
Please, I'm fine, sir.
Oh, we thank God. Rosemond, I see you. How are you?
Dog, I
You seem
you
aging.
too. By the grace, I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Okay, we thank God.
Fine,
Welcome.
thank you, sir. And you too.
I'm doing well by
Thank you,
God's
sir.
grace. Thank you.
remember Bimo. Papa mean take us a beer.
Yeah, Ima, I think we are expecting about 50 people, and the only 11 people here. So we need to wait a little bit so that collect. I mean, today is the first day of class, so obviously,
All right.
obviously there will be slight late comers here and there. So let's give ourselves a little, maybe 7:15, 7:20.
All
Okay,
right,
so,
sir.
yeah, so
All right,
it's
sir.
the first day of class. You know how it is.
Yes.
Folks are waking up from long sleep. Eh?
And some of them too went out for fun yesterday.
Yeah. The likes of Bashir.
Batu,
Yes.
Muhammad,
I'm even
and then
surprised
so
that
Yakubu.
Salamati has actually has come to class quite early, which is very good.
Hey,
Yeah, Salah is here in full swing. Okay, I can see Joshua, I can see Salah, I can see Ernesto. Welcome back, Ernesto. Welcome. Yeah. So yeah, hey Lord the Kingsley is also here. All right. So yeah, so wait for few colleagues to come and then I'm sure people chill into the middle of the night. Yeah, one Beatrice has also joined. One Beatrice, welcome. Okay, so yeah, so folks are coming in.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing well by goodness grace.
We thank God.
Please, how are you too?
I'm also doing well. Thank you. All
It's
right,
a pleasure meeting you again.
Thank you. That's so kind. Very thoughtful. Thank you for your kind words. Franco is also here. Franco is here as well. Okay, Franco is also here. Right. My people are coming small. So let's give a little bit of so that folks will wake up from their long sleep.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, hello, I'm listening. Yeah, Ima, I'm
Good
listening.
morning.
Good morning.
Please, this is Frank. This is Frank.
Franco, yes, I'm here.
Say.
Hello.
Doc, I have a little concern. Before you start the today's lecture.
Please go ahead.
My concern is the biology students,
Yes,
of which I am part.
Yeah.
It seems our minor, that is the chemistry that we minor.
Yeah.
Almost every semester we have a practical work, but the biology we are not seeing same. But on the field too, they do a lot of practical, so it's a concern. I don't know whether it will be addressed later.
It's a beautiful
but
thing.
I wish I would know more.
That's a beautiful thing. Last year we did, and I don't know why we didn't do this semester. It's a very beautiful thing you've raised, and I'm happy Ima is here. I think Ajiman is here. So Ajiman, I have to contact the organizers and let them know. Okay, so I'm very
So
happy.
I've done that.
Okay.
I've spoken to them and they said we should expect at least 2 practicals during the third semester. That's going to be the last one after block 2.
Okay.
So that is the information that I was given.
Okay. All right. So that is there. So sir, Franco, I think we are going to address that. Okay. But usually when they hear it directly from you, it carries a lot of weight. So they
Okay.
like
Thank you so much.
Hopefully once Ajiman has picked it up with the authorities, I'm pretty certain that with the assurance they've given him, we'll be able to do practicals. Okay. All right. So I can see folks have joined.
Thank you.
You're most welcome, sir. I can see some wonderful people. Hey, Bashir, we were just talking about you. We thought you've not gotten up from sleep. Okay. Bashir, welcome. Bashir, welcome. Okay. And David, oh David, yeah. David, welcome. And then I can see Cecilia. Oh, my lady, the Cecilia is back. Oscar is also in. Emmanuel Boa, World Swing, Emmanuel Kwesi. Oh, my Johnny is also in. Bashir, where did you reach yesterday? We didn't hear anything from the ladder. And at least the cow and stuff like that. We were expecting Ajima was in Tema. Okay, only breathing oxygen and stuff like that. And all of us were banging our hoop on you, okay?
So you take your Bakara Salah.
The Baka and Salah, we didn't see anything. We had the Baka, but the Salah part. We had the Baka, but the Salah part was missing. So that's the worrying part to us. But yeah. Yeah, so hopefully now that you are here, I'm sure after class, you will let the class know when you are blocking the
will come
half
on.
yes, please. And
Okay.
I can see Benedict. Is it Benedict? Okay, Benedict. I see you. Cecilia, I also see you. See Emmanuel, Kwesi, I see you. Oh yeah. And oh, my lady Anna is back. Okay, Anna is back. Okay, Anna, welcome. I see you. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, Israel. Commit the Israel. Oh, Juliet. One Juliet is in. One Juliet, I see you. Welcome.
Yes, sir.
I see you. Okay, welcome. Oh, Kofi Same, your boy has just reported. Okay, Kofi, welcome. Johnny, the possible future president of Ghana. Johnny, welcome. Welcome, Johnny. Welcome. Let's see. Yeah, Johnny, welcome. Welcome, Johnny. Yeah, David, I see you. Oh, folks are coming. Yeah, I see you all. Okay. Yeah, my Rosemont, my Belinda, my Lord, the Kingsley, my Juliet, my Juliana. Okay, Ben is also in the house. Ben, welcome. Okay, oh, Dorinda is in the house. Dorinda, welcome. Okay, all my wonderful people are reporting in the class. Today, the class is going to be firework. Okay. Juliet, I see you. Franco, I see you. Ernesto, I didn't hear from you. Ernesto, how are you doing?
Sir. Very good.
How was the Barca Salah? I had the Barca, but the Salah part, I didn't see anything. Bashir disappeared. Bashir and Salamatu, they all disappeared. We heard about the Balka, but the Salah part where the cow need to cry and stuff like that and jump in soup, I didn't hear anything. So it's sort of unfortunate. But Salamatu is here. Bashir is also here, so I'm not scared. I think Bashir is saying that everything will be fine. So I'm counting on her, on his words. Okay. Oh, I can see Anita. Oh, my lady, the Anita. Okay, it's in the class. Anita, welcome. Okay, Anita, welcome.
Hello.
Yeah,
Good
welcome.
morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you doing? Oh, that's
By
great.
the grace of
That's
God,
great.
I'm fine.
Oh, nice, nice. Welcome. Oh, the Nicholas. Man, the Nico. The Nicholas. Nicholas has just reported. Nico, welcome.
Thank you, Doc. I miss you.
Yeah, oh, Nico, I miss you guys badly.
Oh,
Living the world, living with the world without wonderful people, especially my ladies here. It has never been easy for me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
hey,
saying?
Doc. Yeah,
You know what I'm
hey, Doc.
saying?
There you go
Eh,
again.
No, no, by you are even lucky today. I can even hear the voice of a man. You're even lucky. And you don't know the way I've missed the 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 Beatrices, the Cecilias, the Juliana, the Anitas, the Belindas, the Praise, and the Salamatus, the Rosamond, and you know, and okay, all right, and then yeah, somebody just joined now. Who is that? Let's see the person. Okay. Who just joined? Somebody just joined. Okay. Oh, Alexi. One Alex. One Alex Opoku. Welcome. Alex, how do you like? Alex, welcome. Oh, Patrick. One Patrick. One man Patrick. Patrick, how do you like? How is life? Kofi Sami is here. Johnny is here. Oscar Kamasa is here as well. Kumi. Okay. 3 more people join, then we'll kickstart the class. Okay. Yeah. First day of class. People are still in Balkasala mode. Okay, so let's go and let me do a little bit overview of what we're going to talk about today. All right, so today the lecture is a 4-week lecture, and what we'll be doing, we'll be walking through plant water relation, which we are going to do today, and then other aspects that we'll also be doing will be uh, respiration and photosynthesis in plants. So basically, that is what is going to take a lot of our time. Okay, so yeah, I think our time maybe 3 minutes more, and then we'll take start because we can't be waiting forever. Okay. Oh, my lady, the Mercy. Mercy is in the house. Mercy, welcome. Okay. Oh, Esther, my ladies are coming. Esther from Poma. Oh, it's been ages. Welcome. We've missed you guys badly. Okay, welcome. Macy is in the house. Esther is in the house. Okay, welcome. Good. I think today my day is completed. And all the wonderful ladies are in the house. Oh, one can Osman is back from Balkasala. Osman, welcome. Osman, welcome. Okay. Welcome, King Osman. Welcome. Right. Welcome, King Osman. Welcome, 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 welcome. Okay, I think one more person joins and we kickstart. Kickstart. Okay, I think we can start something now. Okay, so all right. So we are going to start with what? We are going to start with plant-water relation. Okay, and then so we'll talk about how plants absorbs water. We'll talk about plant water, amount of water in the soil, how plants absorbs water, mechanisms of water absorption, and then we'll also talk about osmosis. We'll talk about the diffusion. We'll talk about all those passive transport mechanisms, and then please do mute your mic. Please do mute your mic. And then we'll also talk about so after plant and water relation, which is basically going to take us about 2 weeks to do that. And then from there, then we'll talk about respiration in plants, and then we'll talk about photosynthesis in plants as well. Okay, so basically these are the 4 main areas that we'll dwell on for this particular model. Okay, all right. But before that, let's the first thing. What is plant? Like what is water? Importance of water to plant. Yes, importance of water to plant. Yes, can somebody help me out? Okay, when you talk of important, what is the importance of water to plant? Yes, importance of water to plant. Can I get people from the audience? Yes, my ladies, are you there? Yes, Patrick, let me hear from you. Yes, importance of water to plant. Yes, Patrick. Patrick, we are listening. Yes, Patrick, we are listening. Yes, anybody from the audience? Importance of water. I think Patrick, you found me, but you can't really hear what you are saying. Yes, please. Please go ahead. We are listening.
I think water help in dissolving mineral salts and making it available for plants to use.
All right, that's excellent. Okay, that's beautiful one. Well done. Okay, any other point? Any other point? Any other point? Importance of Basiru. Yes, any other point? Basiru, what is the importance of water to plant? Yes. Basiru, what is the importance of water to plant? Yes. Yes. Bashir, yes, please, I'm listening. Okay, I think maybe Bashir can't get his mic on. Okay, Bashir, yes, Ajaman, are you there? Ajaman,
Yes,
please,
sir.
are you there? Yes, Ajaman.
Yes, sir.
What is the importance of water to plant? What is it? So our brother has said.
One of the importance of water to plant is its help in photosynthesis.
Okay, that is excellent. Okay, any other point? Any other point? Yes, any other point? Any other point? Yes, Nicholas, are you there?
Yes, Doc.
Nicholas, are you there?
Yes,
so please can you give me one significance of water to plant?
It serves as a medium through which minerals and nutrients are transported.
That's beautiful. Well done, well done, well done. Okay, back to my ladies. Anita, are you there? Anita, can you tell me one? How is water being very important? Yes, Anita. Yes, Anita, are you there?
Yes, please.
Anita, give me
Water,
1 point.
yeah, water helps in regulating the temperature.
Excellent. Well done. Well done. That's beautiful one. Yes, Philomena, I can see you. Philomena, please, can you give me one importance of water to plant? Yes, Philo. Yes, Enrico has written water.
Is the
Yes, go ahead, please.
okay, is the medium in which minerals are dissolved for the plant absorption.
That's beautiful. Well done, Philo. This one, beautiful answer. The ladies, oh my God. The laugh for the ladies in this class. No wonder. No wonder. Oh, too good, too good. All right, that's excellent points there. Well done. Yes, any other points? Okay, let's see our men who are back from Salah. Osman, yes, you are back from Salah. You just finished chilling. Please let me hear from you. Osman, let me hear from you, please. Osman, are you there? Osman Muhammad. Yes, back from Salah. Back from the Salah. The cow suffered. Now it is time to put some of the energy into why water is important to plant. Yes. Osman, are you there? Okay, Salamatu, please, are you there? Okay, yeah, yes. Salah. Salah, are you there? Hello, Salah. Hey, it seems that my Burka Salah people.
Hello,
what is
sir.
happening? Okay, yes. Any other point? Any other point? Yes, please let me hear from
Hello,
you.
sir. Bashir.
Bashir. Okay, Bashir.
Yes,
Okay, give
sir.
me 1 point, please. Yes, give me 1 point, Bashir.
Say that it helps in translocation of solute.
Okay, that's
Water
nice points there.
help in translocation of solute. Yes.
Yes, nice point. And I can see, yes, Smith has written beautiful stuff. Say water dissolve minerals in the soil, okay, to enable roots to absorb. Excellent. Maintaining plant metabolism. Excellent. Water is essential for seed germination, activation of enzymes, medium for biochemical reaction, rigidity, and structural support. That's beautiful. Well done. Okay, good. So, as our colleagues rightly pointed, if you take plant, okay, when you say that word, the main concern of protoplasm. So let's take this way that we say that the protoplasm more or less the living components of the word of the plant. So when you talk of the living components of the plant, and then the total weight, okay, it's like 90%, 90 to 95% of the total weight of what? Of the protoplasm. So when we talk of the protoplasm, okay, we are talking about the what? The living component. So this one here, okay. So when we talk of this one, we are talking about the living component. Okay, the living. Okay, all right. And this living component, water is making up about what? 90 to 95%. So you can imagine that water is really essential. Okay, all right. And as it is boldly written here, no water. If there's no water, the protoplasm, which the living component becomes what? Inactive. Okay, all right. So if there's no water there, this living component here is going to become inactive because we need those enzymes. Those enzymes, okay, all these enzymes and stuff like that, they need some sort of some aqueous medium. Okay, so they need some sort of aqueous medium. Okay, aqueous, right? Aqueous medium, okay, to work. All right, they need aqueous medium for them to work. So without what? Without water, the protoplasm, all the living parts are not going to function well. Okay, and then on top of that, okay, so we have a lot of different molecules. Like so, these are organic molecules: carbohydrate, protein, nucleic acid, and enzyme. Okay, in fact, if there is no water, their physical and chemical properties will be what? Will be compromised. Okay, so if there's no water here, the physical and chemical properties of what? Of these organic molecules are going to be what? Compromised. As I even said here, that for instance, the enzymes, okay, they need some sort of aqueous environment for them to function. Okay, so the protein, the carbohydrate, the nucleic acid, okay, and even some of the vitamins, okay, these ones, if there's no water around, their physical and chemical properties will not be in good shape for them to execute their function. And then, as we all know, water acts as what? Universal solvent, okay? Universal word solvent, okay? So that's water acts as what? As universal solvent, okay? Water acts as what? As universal solvent, okay? All right, so water acts as what? As universal solvent. Okay, so that's very, very, very important. Almost every medium that we need, okay, water dissolves those medium and then make them available for reactions to take place. Okay, so water, as we all know, is a what? It's a universal solvent. Okay, great. Then when we continue, some of the points here, you've even said it already. Okay, so we are talking about what? Water. We need water for what? So it's increase the rate of what? Respiration. Okay, so for instance, before even respiration will take place, okay, we need water, okay, to be present. Okay, water is actually required for respiration. Okay, so the presence of water, okay, will cause the sea to respire faster. Okay, all right, good. So water is needed for what? For respiration. All right, which is very, very, very important because remember, most respiratory surfaces, okay, respiratory surfaces must be moist. Okay, moist. Okay, respiratory surfaces must be what? Moist. Okay, so don't forget that. All right, and then we come to what? Photosynthesis. That's the process whereby plants. Hey, the mothers are. Hey, Ernesto, I know my boys are on fire, but please mute the mic for us. Okay, my future doctor and professor is on fire there, so please. Yeah. Okay, so as I was saying, all right, we have what? We have the one of the key important thing is that what is the involved in what? Photosynthesis. Okay, so source of hydrogen atom for reduction of what? Carbon dioxide in the reaction of photosynthesis. So here we know that water is involved in what? Photosynthesis. And if you write the photosynthesis reaction, you see carbon dioxide. You see carbon dioxide. Okay, carbon dioxide. Okay, please mute your mic. Okay, giving us what? So impressions of what? Impressions of chlorophyll and what? Sunlight here. Give us our what? Glucose. Okay. All right. Glucose here plus what? Plus 6 moles of what? Oxygen. All right. So yeah, so very, very important reaction here. Very, 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 very important reaction here. So we can see clearly that water, if you look at that, water is really a prerequisite of what? Of photosynthesis. Okay. And then for a lot of what? Metabolic activities. So metabolic activities, we are talking about building molecules and breaking down, okay, molecules. Okay, so hydrolysis and what? And condensation reactions, they all have what? They all have water in there. Okay, they all have water in there. All right, good. And then even also we have something like rigidity. Rigidity here, rigidity talks about whereby water enters the plant cell and then strengthening the cell. Okay, and it's also actually helps the strength, okay, especially those tall trees. The humidity actually help the what? To strengthen the plant to stand firmly, and also help in growth. Okay, help in what? Plant growth. So you can see that clearly water is virtually in every aspect of the plant, not just respiration and photosynthesis alone, but okay, other metabolic activities as well as what turgidity and growth are all things that are facilitated by what? By water. Okay, so water is highly essential to plants. Okay, and then the last part that sometimes we even tend to ignore, you can see that it's helping translocation of what? Of solids. Okay, so for instance, those mineral salts, okay, the mineral salts, okay, salts, okay, that's the okay, the potassium ions, sodium, okay, uh, calcium, okay, all these ones, okay, all these ions like that. Okay, so here all these solutes and stuff like that are all transported, okay, by dissolving in the what? In the water molecules. Okay, all right. And then some plants, especially the lower plants, lower plant from bryophytes. If you could remember, bryophytes, okay, the bryophyte. Okay, if you remember the bryophytes, the ferns, and even in the gymnosperms. Sperms depend on what? Depend on water for what? For fertilization. Okay, fertilization. All these ones, they depend on water for fertilization. Okay. All right. And sometimes dispersal of what? Fruit and seed. Okay, so fruit and seed what? Fruit and what? Fruit and seed dispersal. All right, fruit and seed dispersal. Sometimes even they help to as agents of what? They can also act as what? Act as what? Agent of what? Agent of pollination. Agent of pollination. Okay, they act as what? As agents. As what? As they act as an agent. Okay, so that's an agent of what? Pollination. Right. Good. And then you see aquatic plants, they're already in water. If you look at water lily, if you look at water lily, it's aquatic plant. Okay, like what? Like water lily. Okay, and what? And seaweed, like that. Okay, so all these plants, they are what? They are supported by what? By the what? The aquatic environment, the water in aquatic environment. Okay, they actually support these plants. And then the last one is the what? The last one here that I'm going to talk about is the what? Regulation of temperature. As one of our ladies said, temperature regulation is very important. Okay, temperature regulation is very important. Temperature regulation is very important. Okay, so yeah, so temperature regulation, that's excellent one here. Very important. Temperature regulation is very important. All right, good. So that is that. So basically, these are the essential ones that we could talk about. So these are all the significant importance of water to plants. All right, great. Now let's move on to, please, any questions so far before we proceed? Any questions so far before we proceed? Yes, any questions so far? Any questions so far before we proceed? If you have any questions, please let me know. Yes, Ima, I can see your hand is up. Please let me hear from you.
Please, is it agent of dispersal or agent of pollination?
No, well, actually the first part, what I talked about is I said fruit and seed dispersal. So that meaning that water is acting as agent of dispersal. Okay, so that's what you said is correct. Okay, that's what I wanted to. So I wrote for the seed and fruit, but that is already here. All right, so dissemination means spread. Okay, then after that, then I added agent of pollination, meaning that okay, they also act as well. Water can act as well, can act as an agent of what? Of pollination. Well done, thank you. All right, now let's see some of the factors. So let's see if water is going to what? If water is going to enter into, okay, all right. So here we are going to talk about permeability. So permeability deals with the what? The ability of substances to what? To enter and exit what? Cells. So let's say my ability to do that, ability to enter a cell, ability to exit a cell, okay, is determined by the what? The permeability of the membrane. Okay, whether the membrane is what? Is permeable or not. Okay. So let's see if I have what? Ability to do what? To enter a substance to what? To enter a cell or come out of the cell. That's what deals with what? Permeability. Okay, so that's what deals with permeability. All right, good. Now, so we have some basic terms that we talk about. Okay, so there are substances, okay, which act as what? As either selectively or differentially permeable membrane. Okay, so what does it mean? Now, usually when you talk of semi-permeable membrane, okay, semi-permeable membrane, we are talking about the membrane allowing what? Permeable, okay, membrane. Then we are talking about the membrane allowing what? Allowing water to pass through. Okay, so for instance, if you look at our cell membrane, okay, cell membrane can allow water to pass through. Okay, all right. So when cell membrane allows water, so anytime we use semi-permeable, we are talking about what? Allowing what? Water to pass through. Okay. Now, when we use the term selectively permeable, what it means here is that, as the term implies, still cell membrane like this, cell membrane is also what? Selectively permeable. Okay, permeable in a sense that today it can allow you to come, tomorrow when you are coming, it will tell you no, I have enough. Let's take it this way, that we are having a program, and then Kwame is the one organizing it. So a lot of ladies will come. Okay, the ladies will come. We are not selective to the ladies. The ladies can come into the cell. Now, when the men are coming, when we have a lot of men coming in, at a certain point we will say no, enough is enough. The men, it shouldn't be too many. So then we'll say that the men, it's okay, don't come again. All right. So here it is being selective. Okay, so certain molecules are allowed to come in while other molecules are not allowed. Okay, so that phenomenon. But here, when we talk of the semi-permeable membrane, we talk in reference to what? Water. Okay, we talk in reference to water. So here, even yam word tuber. Okay, tuber can act as well as a semi-permeable membrane. Okay, all right. And act as simple memory. Okay, now so the cell membrane, okay, the cell membrane, our cell membrane that we have in cell is selectively permeable because today can allow you to come when we have enough of that substance in the cell, they will not allow you to come. Okay, so it is being selective, okay, depending on what is prevailing in the way, in the cell. Okay, if it has enough of a certain molecule, it wouldn't allow certain molecules to enter the cell. Okay, so it's what as a selectively permeable membrane. Okay, please do mute your mic. Do mute your mic. Hello. Mute your mic. Let me see what I can mute people's mic. Okay, so let's see what are the forces that tend to drive water through a membrane. What are the forces that will drive water through a membrane? Okay, one, molecular activity. When you talk of molecular activities in this context, what does it mean? Like, yeah, when you say molecular activities in this Nicholas, yes, your hand is up. Please let me hear from you. Nicholas, your hand is up. Please let me hear from you.
Sorry, it's an old hand.
It's a word.
It's an old hand, sir.
Oh, okay. All right, great. Okay. So yes, when you say molecular activity in affecting water movement, please, what does it mean? Molecular activity affecting water movement. What does it mean? Yes. Why are my people? Yes, when you say molecular activities, yes, what does it mean? Yes, what does it mean? Molecular activities affecting Frank, are you there? When you say molecular activities affecting water movement, what does it mean? Yes, Frank. Anybody from the audience? Okay. Josephine, are you there? Josephine, I see you. Please, can you say, oh, my gifty is back? Yes, when you say molecular activities affecting water.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. What do you think? Ajima, what do you think?
Sir, can we look at the concentration level of the molecules?
Okay. Yes.
Or the concentration gradients, as in that is how it is being driven by the gradients of the molecules. So if you can consider that one too.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So we can, when we talk of molecules, so here, so differences in concentration gradients. Okay, I think we'll talk much more about that. Okay. Yeah. What else again? So you're talking about concentration. Well done. Any other point?
Yes, sir.
Yes, can we also talk about the size of the molecules?
Excellent. Oh, a lady said that, right? A lady said that. Who said that?
I was about to say, you didn't call me.
No. Who is that brilliant lady?
Samuelina.
Oh, it's not surprising. Samuelina, don't come to my class again. You're a shark. You should be in water. You're a shark. Yeah, shark. Don't come to this class again. You are not a human. You're a shark. Okay. All right. Any other points? So concentration. What about size? What else again? What else again? Molecular activities. Yes. Any other points? Yes. Yes. Molecular activities. Yes. Any other point? How is molecular activity? When you talk of molecular activity, how molecular activities affect what? Okay. Molecular activities. Okay. Affect water movement through membrane. Yes. Any other points?
Doc, can
Yes.
you consider temperature as well? So that
Temperature.
if there is an increase in temperature, then it means there will be what do you call fast movement of molecules?
Okay, you are not wrong. Okay, but you see that you brought temperature, and temperature is not strictly molecular activities because temperature can inherently affect molecular activities. Okay, all right. So you are not wrong because temperature can affect molecular, but want something related to the molecules themselves, the molecular activities. Okay, how molecular activities can affect. Okay, water movement. Okay, what about
Hello, sir. Hello,
yes,
sir.
hello, I'm listening.
Can we also look at the permeability of the membrane that the molecule is moving through?
Yeah, no, you are right. But what I'm saying, the molecule itself, we're talking about molecule. What is actually, we are saying that things that actually drive water through a membrane, okay, we have molecular activities. And then you rightly pointed out the word concentration gradient. Okay, concentration of the molecule could affect it. Okay, we can talk about the size. Okay, what about charge? Charge. What about the charge? The charges on the molecule, maybe solubility. Solubility, or what do you think? Okay, solubility. All right. If the solutes and stuff like that are highly soluble, okay, they can actually the charge of the molecules and stuff like that, okay, could all affect the word, could drive what you mentioned earlier on as the word, as the concentration gradient. Okay, concentration, okay, could drive the word, the concentration gradient, okay, and then eventually give some sort of potential energy for the water to move into or out of the membrane. All right. Then the next thing we're going to talk about is what? So in terms of forces that drive things, that drive water through membrane, one of them could be molecular activities. Okay, so the concentration, the size, the charges of the solute, okay, their solubility, all those ones could influence it. Then let's talk about hydrostatic pressure. What is hydrostatic pressure? Hydrostatic pressure, what is it? What is hydrostatic pressure? Yes, what is hydrostatic pressure? This one is very simple, even because our heart itself is even giving hydrostatic pressure. When you say hydrostatic pressure, what is it? Yes, anybody to help me? Hydrostatic pressure, please, what is it? When you talk of hydrostatic pressure, what is it?
Hello, sir.
Yes, please, I'm listening to you.
Bashir is speaking.
Please, I can hear you. Please, let me go ahead.
Okay, please. I think is the pressure in liquid at a given depth.
Okay, excellent. Okay,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we are talking about a word. We are talking about a pressure in liquid. Okay, so those pressure, like for instance, if you take our heart, all right. Okay, so that pressure at when they say liquid is there. Okay, let's say let's say the liquid is not actually flowing. Okay, now when the liquid is there, okay, itself, let's take it this way that something at the bottom of the liquid. Okay, there is this pressure. If you let's say you dive into water and then you are at the bottom of the water will exert some pressure on you. That pressure that is exerted on you is the hydrostatic pressure. Okay, all right. So is the hydrostatic pressure. All right. So could somebody define the hydrostatic pressure for me? Okay. Could somebody define hydrostatic pressure for me? Yes. Could somebody define hydrostatic pressure for me? Could somebody define hydrostatic pressure for me? Yes.
Doc,
what is
the pressure?
Yes.
Fluid. Yes.
Okay, yes, you're right. So pressure pressure exerted by what? Exerted by fluid. Excellent. Okay, good. What else again? Which other point can you add? Which other point can you add? What you said is correct. What other point can you add? Yes.
Hello, sir. Hello,
yes,
sir.
I'm listening. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Is the pressure exerted by fluid at rest due to the force of gravity?
Okay, so here at what? At rest, due to gravity. Okay, so as I said earlier on, that you see when we have water in a container, okay, so the water is there, all right, and then the pressure is going to exert, okay, at rest, okay, all right, so the water is in a container, okay, so the pressure is going to exert. Let's say if you go to the bottom of a pool, okay, the pressure that is going to be on you, okay, the pressure that will be on you is what we are referring to as the what? As the hydrostatic pressure. Okay. Please, are we getting it? Okay. Are we getting it? Let's say if you are in a pool, all right, the pressure that exerts on you in a pool, okay, when you let's say is the hydrostatic what? Pressure. And this pressure is actually due to the what? The weight of the liquid on you. So that is why, so here is due to the what? Due to the weight of the what? Weight of the liquid. Okay, like that. So here, so let me say weight of the water. All right. So here, that is why the gravity, that's why I agree, okay, with Ajiman. All right, when he said due to gravity, because that is the pressure due to the weight of the liquid. Okay, the pressure due to the what? The weight of the liquid. So the weight of the liquid on you, that is the what? That is the hydrostatic pressure. Okay, hydrostatic pressure. Please, are we there? Are we there? Any headache so far? Okay, so another thing that can influence the movement of water through a membrane is what? Hydrostatic pressure. Is the pressure of what exerted by the water. Let me put water here. By the water at rest due to what? Due to gravity. And then that is why I said that is what is due to the weight of the water on you. Okay, so that gives us the word the hydrostatic what? That's a hydrostatic pressure. Okay, so you can see static. Static even means something that's in what? In equilibrium, something that is stable. Okay. Good. Then the last one is what? Osmotic pressure. Osmotic pressure. Yes, so osmotic pressure. Okay, osmotic pressure. Yes, osmotic pressure. Can somebody help me with osmotic pressure? When you say osmotic pressure, what does it mean? Yes. Osmotic.
Okay.
Yes, I'm listening to you, please.
I think it's a pressure applied to a solution that prevents solvent from moving across a semi-permeable membrane.
Okay, so here, it is actually what? It is rather preventing the solution from moving. Okay, excellent one. Okay, so this one is the pressure preventing the solution from what? The solution from moving. Okay, are you there? Okay, so here, this one, the pressure is what? Preventing the solution. Pressure required to prevent solution from what? So pressure required. Okay, required to prevent the what? To prevent the solution from what? From undergoing osmosis. Okay, all right. Now, which means that this one here will allow osmosis to take place. This one will push molecule. The hydrostatic pressure will what? This one, the hydrostatic pressure will push, okay, water out of the cell. Water will push water through the what? Through the membrane. All right, good. Okay, so to push water through the membrane. Okay, all right. So here, in this particular case, so it's what? That is, this one will push, this one is like it's preventing it. All right, it's preventing, okay? All right, it's preventing the what? So observe, solution there. In this case, the solution is observing what solutions. Okay, so it's not just about water. Okay, but this one, in the case of osmotic one, it's only observed in what? Observe only in what? Observe only in what? Solutions. Okay. All right, so it's only observed in what? Solutions. One of the key things you should notice. All right, but here could be both. Here could be in both solution or pure water. Okay, you see here in the case of this one, it could be in solution or pure water. Pure water. Okay. All right. So for hydrostatic pressure, it can be seen in both solution and pure water. And when you come to osmotic pressure, when you come to the osmotic pressure, and then my question: will osmotic pressure be seen in pure? Let's say, can it be seen in pure water? The osmotic pressure. Can we see osmotic pressure in pure water? Okay, pure, like pure one. Yes. Yes. Anybody from the audience? Anybody from the audience? Anybody from the audience? Yes. Okay. All right. So this one is so osmotic pressure is what? It's exerted by the what? By the solution. Okay. All right. To prevent what? To prevent water from what? Okay. Are you there? So this one is what? It's exerted by the what? So here it's exerted by the solution. Okay. To prevent of what? Water. Are you there? Okay. So here.
Yes,
right.
yes, sir.
Hello, are you with me, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. All right. So here, you see, in this case like that, what we could see is that the pressure is required to prevent the what? The water from what? Undergoing osmosis. Okay. And so what the most important thing here is that is what? In this case, you see, we mentioned only solution. Okay, but in the case of hydrostatic pressure, it could be pure water or it could be solution. But here we can't talk of pure water here, only pure water. We are talking about what? We are talking about the that is the we are talking about the pressure exerted by the what? By the solution to prevent water, okay, to prevent water from what? From going through the semi-permeable membrane. Are you there? So this one is more or less a pressure that is required to stop what? Flow of water. Okay. Are you with me? So here, okay, so let me put water here. I think water here is better. All right. So, hello, come again. Yeah, I'm listening.
Hydrostatic pressure and then osmotic pressure, are they opposite to each other?
Yes. So the hydrostatic pressure, as I say, let's take it this way that I have water. Let's say you go and then water is there in a container. Okay, the water in a container standing there, and you put something maybe under it. That water standing there has its own potential energy. Okay, so the water standing there. So when you put, let's say, if I dive into a pool of water and I go to the bottom of the water, there is this water pressure that will act on me when I'm at the bottom of the water. And that pressure acting on me, it is just the weight of the water acting on me. Do you understand that? It's the weight of the water acting on me. So that's hydrostatic pressure due to the weight. You see, anytime you're talking about weight is just what? Weight is just mass times acceleration due to gravity. Okay.
That is the gravity pull on,
yes,
on an object.
Exactly. So yes. So when we talk of, so you see this pressure is exerted by water at rest. Okay. So that's why I say that what Ajuman said, that at rest due to gravity is excellent. Okay, because this pressure is acting based on weight, not necessarily it's flowing. It's not. It just at what? At equilibrium. Okay, it is just at equilibrium. Okay, so it is just there from the word static. Okay, so it is just at equilibrium. So it is falling on what? This water is exerting pressure due to its weight. Okay, and this pressure can actually cause molecule to what? To go through membrane. So when water is there, it has potential energy. You understand that? It has potential energy. So it has ability to let, when the liquid is there, okay, when the liquid is there, the liquid has its what? Its potential energy. And it has ability to what? To flow. Okay, good. So that potential energy of that static water is what is giving us the hydrostatic pressure. So this one is pressure just due to the weight of the liquid. Okay, and osmotic pressure is actually due to the what? Is due to this pressure is what? Is a pressure required to stop the flow of water across semi-permeable membrane. Okay, so let's say I have two solutions. Okay, and that's, so when you talk of the osmotic pressure, all right, the osmotic pressure is that pressure which is actually preventing the what? It is preventing the flow of water across the semi-permeable membrane. Are you there?
Yes.
It is stopping the flow of water across the semi-permeable membrane. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's pressure that is required. The pressure that is required to stop the flow of water across the semi-permeable membrane. Okay. When we have the two solutions on one side, one solution on the other side, that pressure that you require to stop the flow of water is what we call osmotic pressure. Please, do you understand what I'm saying here? So hydrostatic pressure is due to the weight of the water. Okay. And then when you come to what? That's due to the weight of the water. But when you come to osmotic pressure, it's actually due to the what? It's due to differences in concentration. Are you with me?
Yes.
Between two solutions. Are you there? Should I come again? Let me take it one more
Yes,
time.
sir, we are here. I mean, I think it's well understood now because
Okay.
we were having, I think Frank was having a doubt whether the osmotic pressure acts against hydrostatic pressure. But from
Okay.
what you have explained, it's not that one is opposite to each other. So I
Okay.
think we are good.
Okay, all right, good. So this one is water being there, the pressure exerted by water due to its weight. My weight. Now, just going to a pool, I'm lying the bottom of the pool, there is a pressure on me. So that is hydrostatic pressure. And when it comes to osmotic pressure is actually due to differences in what? In concentration of solutions. You understand that? So when I put, let me keep this one. Okay, so let's say I have what? I have two solutions here. I have to draw. Let's see. Can I draw? Let's see. Okay. All right. So I can draw here. Okay, good. So let's say I have something like that. Now I have two solutions here, and then this is the concentration. Like that. Okay, like that here. Okay. Okay, one concentration here. All right, and let's say this side has just few of them. This one has more. So this is and this is another solution here. So let's take it this way. Okay, so let's say this one. Right, let's see. Oh, let me type. So here, let's say this side is my A.
So the A is salt solution.
Yes, so solution. This side is also, I could make this one so solution.
But this is more concentrated than the other.
Yes, this one is more concentrated. Now, what is going to happen is that, so this one is going to exert what? Some sort of pressure. Okay, the pressure here, which means that this particular concentration, because this one has high concentration, and this is low concentration, this one will cause water to be drawn here. Okay, like that. So what we are saying that the osmotic pressure is a pressure that I'm going to exert to prevent water from going. Okay, so this osmotic pressure is actually established due to differences in the concentration between this and that, between A and B. Okay, so it's osmotic pressure is not due to the weight of the water, but rather due to what? Differences in the concentration of what? Solutions. Please, do you get the point here? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Great. So we have what then? So, and as you rightly pointed out, so we have factors that affect the word, factor that determine the word, the movement of what? The movement of solute through membrane. So you mentioned some beautifully. So one is the size of the molecules. Okay. So in general, let's say if you have solute here, okay, what are some of the factors that can affect movement of what? Molecules, okay, through a membrane? The size of the molecules, okay, the size of the molecule, that's very, very important. You can see that smaller molecules, okay, smaller molecules tend to what? Move what? They move what? Faster, okay, than what? Than larger molecules, okay, faster than larger molecules. Okay, and then the partitioning coefficient. Okay, so the partitioning coefficient, when you talk about the partitioning coefficient, okay, we are referring to the degree of the membrane permeability. All right, okay, all right. When you talk of the partitioning coefficient, what is separating depth? All right, the degree. Okay, so it's really a constant that we use to what? The degree of the separation. All right. Okay, describe how a compound distributes between two phases. Okay, so like for instance, when we talk of partitioning stuff, okay, like how the compound, okay, distribute between two phases. All right, let's take it this way. That what's a classic example? Let me take the two regions. So let's say lower concentration and higher concentration. So when we talk of the partition coefficient, what this partition coefficient is trying to do is that it's trying to tell us how this solute, okay, how this solute is distributed within those two regions. Okay, you understand that? How the solute, so it describes how the solute is distributed between the two phases. All right, let's say I have let's say when I come here, all right. So when you talk of the partitioning coefficient, okay, it's just describing the word. It describes how the compound or the solutes, okay, are distributed between the two phases. Okay, between the two phases, how they are what? How the solute, okay, is what? Is distributed between the two phases. Okay, the two phases, all right. Okay, so the two phases. And that is what we describe as what? The partitioning coefficient. Okay. Then we have something called concentration gradient. And what is concentration gradient? So back to this diagram again. So we have here, we have this solution. Okay, if you look at this my diagram here like that, okay, you can see that the solute particles are more here than the solute particles here. Okay, so let's take it this way. Simple. Let me use simple analogy here. Now, let's take it this way that Kwame and what? Kwame is here. Okay, Kwame is here. Let me use this one. Okay, let me use this one. It is easy for me to let me duplicate this slide and use this one rather. Okay.
Sir.
Hello. I want to explain the concentration gradient using this side here. Hello.
I was about to ask something about the partition coefficient.
Okay, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Can we also
Please go
say
ahead.
that partition coefficient is the medium that separates the two solutions?
Oh, medium separating the two solutions. It's not really, it's a coefficient, so it's a value. Okay. If we say maybe it describes, okay, like not necessarily the medium separating them, but it describes the mode of the separation.
Okay.
You get a point? It's a value. So it tells us that at equilibrium, okay, let's take it this way: the one solution is on this side, another solution is on this side. Okay, so there are two, let's say, two different phases here. Okay, one phase here, another phase here. How are the compounds or the solute distributed? Okay, between two different what? Two different phases, basically. How are they distributed? So that is what. So it quantifies the degree of the what of the distribution, how they are distributed. It quantifies that. How are they? Okay, what is the how are they distributed? Okay, the solute or the compound, okay, of interest. How are they distributed between these two regions? Okay, it could happen that there's nothing even here, but the one solution is the one solution. We place them side by side. Our red thin membrane is here. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me take this one here. Let me take this one there, and then I'll use it to explain the concentration gradient. Okay, concentration gradient, conc gradient. Okay. All right. Now, when you take the conc gradient, now let's take this. This is okay. So let's say this is Ajiman here. Now, Ajiman has what? Ajiman is here. Let's say Belinda is here. And this is Ajiman. So my A is Ajiman, my B is Belinda. Okay. Now, the molecule, if you look at amount of money Ajiman has, okay? So Ajiman has a lot of money. And so let's take it this way that Ajiman has something like, let's say Ajiman has so Ajiman has what? Ajiman has let's say 500,000 cedis in his account. Okay.
Don't count me for loan, no. Don't count me for loan.
And then let's say Belinda, okay, Belinda has okay, Belinda has let's say 300,000 series in this account. Now, if you look at the difference between them, like a concentration gradient, if you look at the difference between them, Ajiman will only have to give just 100 series, 100,000 series to Belinda, and then they will be the same. Okay, Ajiman will give what, just 100, so the difference between them is 200,000. And so, in terms of what, all that Ajiman needs to do is to give what Ajiman can give maximum of 100,000 to Belinda. Okay, and when that 100,000 gets to Belinda, Ajiman and Belinda will be the same. Okay, now let's take Kwame. Let's take Kwame here. Now, let's say Kwame is here. Now, Kwame, let's say what is in my account is let's say Kwame here. What is in my account? Okay, so Kwame, let's take it this way that I have, let's say 1 million in my account. Okay, and then Belinda, okay, the 1 million I wrote disappeared, which means I'm lying. Okay, all right, and then let's say Belinda still has what? Belinda still has 300,000 in her account. Now you can see clearly that how much should I give to Belinda for us to be uniform? Please, how much should I give to Belinda? How much should I give to Belinda? Yes. How much?
200,000.
If I give 200,000, I will
Maybe
be
500, 500.
you to know. If I give 200,000, I'll become 800. Belinda will be 500.
It will be 35,000.
35,000. Good. So I can give as high as what? 35,000 to Belinda. You get it? So in this particular case, you can see that molecules, the water molecule will move what? In terms of difference in the concentration gradient. Here, the difference is huge. Okay, the difference here is bigger, is greater. Okay, is greater. All right, than the difference between Ajman and Belinda. And so, because the difference in concentration gradient is higher, the rate of what? The rate of diffusion or osmosis, is going to be what? Diffusion here is going to be high. Why? Because in terms of the differences between the concentration gradient, this is very high. It's higher than if it is between what? If the difference is between what? Ajman and what? Ajman and Belinda. Okay, because Ajman and Belinda were just 500. Okay, 500 to what? To 300. Okay, the difference is not all that much as compared to 1,000 to what? To 300. Okay, so the degree of what? The extent of the difference between the two regions in terms of concentration, okay, will also influence, okay, the movement of solute through a membrane. Okay, so what? The concentration gradient. So the higher, we say the word, the steeper. So here we say that the steeper, the steeper, the steeper, the concentration gradient, okay, the what? The faster or the faster the rate, or the higher, okay, the higher the what? The higher the rate of what? The rate of
Diffusion.
okay. So here, which means that between Kwame and what? So from the illustration I gave, between 50, between 1,000 and what? And 500, okay? Between 1,000 and 500 and 500, and let's say, and 300, okay? And then between 500 and 500, okay? And this one here, you can see that the rate here will be higher than this one. Why? Because the concentration gradient, the difference between the two regions is higher in what? In let's say X than in what? In Y here. Okay. All right. So here, what you are talking about is that one, the size of the molecules, the partition coefficient, which deals with the what? The distribution of the what? This one deals with the what? Distribution of the solutes in the, okay, so it talks about the what? The difference in the what? In the distribution of the solutes in the what? In different what? In the distribution of solutes, okay, molecules, okay, between two phases. All right. Okay, good. And then we talk about the concentration gradient. Okay. All right, so that is that for this one. Now another thing is what? Active transport. So active transport, so movement of molecules in general. So here, what we are talking about, we are talking about movement of molecules in general. So we are talking about the size, the partition coefficient, the concentration gradient, and then the what? Active transport. So active transport is whereby they use what? Energy from the cell. Involve the use of what? Energy. Okay, use of what? Energy from the cell in the form of what? The form of what? ATP. Okay, to move molecules against the concentration gradient, gradient. Okay, so what does it mean? So here, when you talk of the active transport, you see from what I said here, you can see that in both cases I pointed the arrow from the 1,000 to 300. This is from Kwame to Belinda. Okay, all right. So from K here, from Kwame here to Belinda here. In both cases, I pointed the arrow like that. Okay, that they're different. But what about this one? So it is easy for molecules to move from here to here. All right. But what about this one? Let's take it this way. That the molecules is where? Is here. Okay, but this arrow, okay, or let me put this one, let me swap the positions. Let me put this one here, and let me put this one here. All right, so let's see. Now, Belinda is having 300 series, and then I have 1,000. And still, Belinda loved Kwame so much that she decided to add her 300 series to mine. Good, what a lovely person. All right, but you see, it is not easy. It is easy for me to give my 1,000. It is easy for me to give Belinda 1,000 series, some part of my 1,000 series, than the other way around. But the other way around, Belinda giving me money to this one, okay, is very difficult. So you see why? Because Belinda will be moving against the concentration gradient. Okay, if the water is on top of the mountain, or the liquid is on top of the mountain and flowing down, you don't require any energy. But when the water is moving, this one, here it is high here. One side is 1,000 and this side is 300, and still giving you this one. It's just like you visiting Oledi. If you go and visit mommy will sometimes, even when they are pensioners and stuff like that, they don't really have so much money. When you go, they want to still just cook the best meal for you. Sit down because they still see you as a one-day-old child and want to cook the best meal for you. Go use your money and then cook best meal for you. So here, moving the molecule from here to here is what is going against the concentration gradient. And when molecules move against concentration gradient, they require what? Energy. And when that happens, we call it what? Active transport. Okay, active transport. So in active transport, molecules are moving against the concentration gradient. Okay, molecules are moving against the concentration gradient. All right, which means that if the solute is 300 here, the 300 solute is rather moving to the 1,000 solute. So it will require energy. It's just like maybe politician taking our money. Okay, it requires what? Energy. You giving to us require energy. But if it is 1,000 coming to 300, you don't really require energy. Okay, so here like that. So which means that those particular cell, if it has to do with cell, the cell that is going to be involved in what? A lot of what? Active transport mechanism. Which organelle is going to the cell organelle that is going to be there will be what? Will be mitochondria. Mitochondria. So such cells, mitochondria. Okay, because such cells, okay, that are involved in what? Active transport. Okay, that are involved in active transport. Okay, have what? have large number of what? Large number of mitochondria. All right, so they will have a lot of what? Mitochondria in their cells. Okay, why? Because they are involved in what? Active transport. So they are going to have a lot of what? Mitochondria. Okay, so these are in general factors that determine the movement of solute through a membrane, the size, the partition coefficient, the concentration gradient, and then active transport. Okay, all right, especially if it is going against the concentration gradient. Then, and I said, as I said, cells that are involved in active transport.
Hello, sir.
Okay, so that. Hello, please let me hear from you.
Sir, with
Yes.
the active transport, it's not wrong with it, but when we're writing the note, you said energy of energy. That you wanted to say using of energy from. So I want my colleagues to be.
Okay, thank you. So active transport involves the use of what? The use
energy of energy.
Yeah, good. Yes. The use of what? The use of energy from the cell in the form of what? ATP. Okay, to move molecules against the concentration gradient. Okay, so and I said those cells that are involved in active transport, they tend to have what? Large number of mitochondria. And remember, mitochondria is involved in what? Cellular process. Okay, energy production. Okay, so they have what? They have a lot of what? They produce energy in the form of what? ATP. And so with mitochondria there, and a lot of what? Energy will be produced to facilitate the transport of what? The transport of the molecules against the concentration gradient. Good. Okay. Now let's go to the next one, which is the permeability of the membrane. Okay, so membrane permeability. So we talked about the molecules themselves moving. Okay, and now we're going to talk about what? We're going to talk about membrane permeability. So this one we are dealing with the membrane itself. Okay, so permeability of the membrane. What could influence it? Okay, so this is alteration of what? Permeability of the cell. Okay, so all right, good. So permeability of the cell could be what? Could be altered by the ion concentration. Okay, so sometimes the ion concentration present on both sides of the membrane could alter its permeability. Okay, so ion concentration could alter the permeability of the cell. Okay, so let's take it this way: that we have more sodium. Ions on one side of the cell, okay, is going to influence its permeability. It is going to influence its permeability. Okay, it's going to influence its permeability. All right. So we have the ion concentration, and then presence of some narcotics. Okay, so certain chemicals, some drugs. Okay, could also influence the So some presence of certain alkaloids, okay, could influence the permeability of the membrane. Okay, and then temperature, as one of our brothers rightly pointed out. So the temperature, we remember that naturally molecules tend to move faster at high temperature. So permeability of the membrane can also be altered by the temperature. Okay, temperature can also alter the permeability of the membrane. Okay, another thing that also influences radiation. You know, when we talk of radiation, we're talking about those electromagnetic wave. Okay, let's say gamma ray, let's say X-ray, all right, gamma ray and X-ray. Okay, so yeah, so gamma ray and X-ray like that. Okay, all right. So all these ones are what? They are, these ones are all what? They can influence the permeability of the membrane. So for instance, if you expose gamma ray, if you expose X-ray, okay, to the what? To cell membrane, it can what? It can alter its permeability. And then the pH, okay. No, the membrane itself is also made up of molecules. Okay, so molecules will come together. The membrane itself is also a molecular structure. Okay, if you take cell membrane, for instance, cell membrane is made up of what? It's made up of a cell membrane. Cell membrane is made up of what? It's made up of phospholipid, bilayer. Okay, with what? With protein. Okay, with protein in there incorporated. Integrated. Okay, all right. So here, like that. So you see, the cell membrane themselves, they're also made up of molecules. And so having the word, so the pH, when you have some strong acid or strong base, would also influence the word, the membrane permeability. Okay, so when you have it, you can also what? Also influence membrane permeability. And then electric current. Okay, so the polarity, okay, the current, the charges, okay, the charges, the current that is created on the surface of the membrane could also influence the what? The permeability of the membrane. All right, great, good. Okay, so let's see some theories. That this one, I will urge you to go and read more, okay, about these ones. Okay, so this one is your reading assignment. That go and read about theories of what? Membrane permeability. Okay, theories of membrane permeability. So we have the retention pressure theory, we have ultrafiltration theory, we have the electrocapillary theory, carrier theory, colloidal theory, and then fat or lipid soluble theory. So these are some of the what? These are some of the theories governing what? Membrane permeability. So I will advise that you make time, and then so this is your reading. Okay, your reading assignment. Reading assignment. Okay, good. So please do make time and read about them. All right. Okay, so good. So let's talk about diffusion. Okay, what is diffusion? What is diffusion? Yes, when we talk of diffusion, what is it? When you talk of diffusion, what is it? Yes, anybody from the audience? Anybody from the audience, please? When you talk of diffusion, please, what is it? Yes. When you talk of diffusion, yes. 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 When you talk of diffusion, what is it? Kingsley, are you there? What is diffusion? Kingsley. Okay, Eric, you muted your mic. Let me hear from Eric Smith. Please let me hear.
Yeah, so it is not to answer that question, but it's a question I wanted to ask earlier on.
Okay, please
We've been
go
talking
ahead.
about pressure exerted by fluids, and then
Yes.
all this while your explanation is based on water. I'm thinking it's not related to air too.
It's not going to air. Come
It's
again.
not related to air as well.
Oh, well, when you talk of fluid in general, air is part. Okay, air is part. When you talk of fluid in general, air is part. So if, for instance, if you talk of diffusion of what? Of molecules. Okay, please, air is part. You are right. But you see, if you remember that our topic is plant-water relation, that is why I'm slightly biased when it comes to almost everything that I will say. I make mention of water, but you are right. That's perfect. Okay, water. Okay. Okay, yes. So what is diffusion? Diffusion.
Okay, all
Anybody
right,
from
thank
the
you.
audience? You must welcome. Yes, anybody from the audience? Yes.
Sir,
Yes.
sir,
Yes, please.
diffusion can simply mean the net movement of molecules or particles, from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration due to the random thermal movement until equilibrium is reached.
Hey, Ajima. Okay, so let's see. Let's see Ajima's definition. So let's see the key things in there. So first of all, movement of what? Movement of molecules. Okay, okay, between what? From what? From
Higher concentration
high concentration,
to
okay,
lower concentration
to lower concentration.
due to random terminal motion
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
until equilibrium is achieved, or we reach equilibrium.
So here, movement will continue until what? Until a uniform mixture
Yes.
is achieved. Okay, good. Okay, excellent. Excellent. Okay, so when we have molecules will move from region of what? Now, please, now pay attention here. Here, you can see that when it comes to diffusion, please don't confuse the two. In diffusion, who is doing the movement? The one who is doing the movement is the molecule. Okay, movement of what? Movement of molecule. Okay, movement of molecules. Okay, all right. So let me see whether I could draw something here. So let's see something like this. All right, and then like the way I did it earlier on. And then on this side, like that. So these molecules, the molecules are in solution. But in this case, who is doing the movement? It is not the solvent that is moving, but it is rather the what? The molecule, these molecules inside the solvent, they are the one moving. Okay, the molecules here. Okay, so there is water there, but the water is not the one moving, but this molecule is the one moving. Let's take it this way. So here, when you talk of diffusion, diffusion is the movement of molecule from a region of what? High concentration to a region of low concentration until when a uniform mixture is achieved. Okay, in this case, we can see that the what? The molecules are what? The molecules are moving from the higher concentration to lower concentration, and it will continue until what? A uniform mixture is what? Is achieved. A uniform mixture is achieved. Okay, so when you spray one part of a room, okay, you can smell the spray in other part. Where you did the spraying is the high concentrated region, and the other part is of low concentration region. So you can see that the spray will gradually move to that part, okay, of the room, okay, and moving to that part of the room, it means that that is where that's where the diffusion is what is taking place. So the molecules are moving from what? Where it is high to where it is low. Okay, so the molecules themselves, the molecules, the one of higher concentration, okay, will move, okay, to the low concentration region. And that is what we define as what? Diffusion. And what does it depend on? It depends on the what? The kinetic energy. This one is what? Why the movement? The movement is due to the kinetic energy of the molecules themselves. Okay, so sometimes, so this one, that's what we call it passive. Okay, it is passive. So the passive is not that the energy is being generated by anything outside it, like in the case of active transport, that we need external energy, like we need energy from what? From ATP to facilitate the process. No, in this particular case, the energy itself, okay.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Please drink water.
Okay, let me pause and drink water. Well done. Okay.
Please, Doc, after that, I have a question.
Okay, all right. Okay. I've taken water. Please go ahead and ask a question.
Yeah, please, Doc.
Ajima, you've not done anything. Ajima, you've not done anything.
Ajingu, allow me. Ajingu, allow me.
Please go ahead. I'm listening, please.
Yeah, please, Doc. Concerning the molecules.
Yes.
Since we have different types, will it be appropriate I use movement of fluid molecules? Or
Okay, beautiful question. Whether we have different movement of fluid molecules, it's not always that the movement is the fluid that is moving. For instance, I can just get only the calcium. Let's take it this way. So let's say I have let me put something here like this. So let's take like this. This is my sodium ion here. Okay. Let me put another. So let me put small sodium here. Okay, like that. Let me put small sodium here like this. Okay. The molecule could be sodium. If it is diffusion, it could be sodium ion. Sodium could move from here to here, like that. All right. So diffusion is not necessarily the fluid themselves. Okay. Please, do you get a point right? When molecules are moving, the molecules are not necessarily fluid. Sodium can move when sodium is not a fluid. All right. Just that the sodium is of higher concentration on this side. Okay. The sodium is higher concentration on this side here than here. Okay. The sodium is of higher concentration on this side here than here. Okay, so it's not necessarily fluid moving. Fluid can move, like the instance that I gave, that when you spray a room, okay, the spray molecule, which is in gaseous form, will spread through the room. Fine. In this case, like it's a fluid. But let's take it this way, that it's a fertilizer that I've added to plant. Okay, I've added, let's take it, it's a potassium minerals to plant. The potassium minerals going is not a fluid. Okay. Okay. Potassium minerals going is not a fluid. It's going because, okay, so let's take something like this. Let's say if I have big sodium here, this big sodium here, because it's moving from here to here, the reason it is going is because it is of high concentration on this side than this side. Okay, so it will continue to go until uniform mixture is attained. Okay, where the sodium concentration here and the one here, they are the same, then there won't be any net movement. But so the fish is not necessarily only fluid alone, but it could even be solid molecules as well. It could be some particles as well. All right, thank you. All right, good.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead with the question.
My question is in the case of like the perfume you used.
Yes.
So when the molecules are spreading,
yeah,
and at a point maybe you don't smell it again, does it mean the diffusion have ended or something?
I don't want you to bring the smell, because the smell is up to human senses. You understand that? So let's take it that it's not. I wouldn't bring the smell in it, but the reason I added the smell is that's how we will perceive the presence of the perfume. Okay. But there are some things that could spread, and then we will not be able to detect it. But if you put a dog there, a dog will be able to smell it. Okay. You understand? Because they tend to have a better their sense of smelling is better than ours. Okay. But let's take it this way, that I spray the room, and then I spray one side of the room, and you are the other side of the room, and you could smell it there. So it means that where I spray, the molecule was of higher concentration there, and gradually it moves. Okay. So here, when it comes to the diffusion like that, it's a gradual process. It's not really speedy like that. Okay. It's a gradual process. Okay. And then you see the molecule spreading. Okay. All right. For instance, if I put, let's say, potassium permanganate in water, which we normally use in basic school, you realize that the molecules, if you put the pink potassium permanganate, to be spreading through the water gradually, And a time will come when it finishes dissolving, and then it will take over the color of potassium permanganate will take over the entire color of the water. Okay. Yes. Okay. So in that case, it is what? It is diffusion, but not it is diffusion, but not necessarily what? It is diffusion, but not necessarily. Please just pick one, just a minute. Hello, please, I'm in the office. You can come. I'm resuming this week. You can come, please. Right. So it's not necessarily what? It's not necessarily okay. It's not necessarily being liquid or being liquid or gas or because we can smell it. Okay, because there are so many things that are diffusing that we can't smell. Okay, that's I don't want to use the smell as a classic case, but the smell will help us to perceive that the molecules have moved from this side of the room to the other side of the room. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. All right. So then we are talking about what? Diffusion pressure. What is diffusion pressure? Okay. Now, so here diffusion pressure is like the ability of what? Of a gas or liquid or solid to diffuse from one area, the area of high concentration, to the area of less concentration. So that's what we call diffusion pressure. All right. So the ability for a substance, that capability, that one substance here will be able to diffuse from one point to another, is what we describe as what? Diffusion pressure. All right. So that is so the ability to diffuse, okay, the molecules to what? To diffuse from one point to another. Okay, is what we term as what? Diffusion pressure. So that ability, that whether liquid, whether gas, whether solid, when you place it in what? When it's moved from one point to another, okay, due to concentration gradient, okay, is what we describe as what? The diffusion pressure. Okay, great. Now let's see something like osmosis. Okay. Now, what is osmosis? Osmosis is just like diffusion. Okay, let me take my time and explain this concept very well. Osmosis is just like diffusion. You see, osmosis is what? Osmosis is what? Diffusion of what? Water. So osmosis is what? It's a type of diffusion. All right. Okay. So what is it? It is specifically diffusion of water molecules. So when we talk of osmosis, we are talking about what? Diffusion of water molecules. Okay, sometimes diffusion of what? So here, please let's look at something here. You see, when we talk of solution, you see, the diffusion, the original diffusion that we said, we just said, if you could remember, we just said molecules. Okay, so for instance, if I have sugar, let's see, if I have salt solution. Okay, and let's say the salt molecules are, okay, the salt molecules are what? Diffusing. In this case, I'll be referring to the sodium ions. The sodium ions in there and the what? And the chlorine ions that are moving. Okay, the chloride. Okay, the sodium and then the what? The chloride ions that are what? They are the one I'll be referring to. But so you see, and anytime we are describing solution, we don't describe solution in terms of what? In terms of solvent. We describe solution in terms of what? Solute. Okay. Anytime we are what? Describing a solution, we don't describe solution in terms of its what? Its solvent. But rather we describe the solution in terms of what? In terms of the solute in there. Are you with me? We describe it in terms of what? We describe it in terms of what? Solutes. Okay, solutes in there. Okay, how much solute is there? But in the case of normal diffusion, it is rather the solute that is doing the movement. Okay, the solute is the one doing the movement. Okay, but in osmosis, it is the water. But in this particular case, the water is not a solute. The water is what? It's a solvent. Okay, so in osmosis is basically diffusion of what? Water molecule. What it means is that water, which is the solvent, okay, water, which is the solvent, is now what? It's now moving. Okay, not the solute. Do we get a difference? So osmosis is just like what? Diffusion. It is diffusion. Okay, it is diffusion of water. So in this case, water is moving from where it is high to where it is low. That is the meaning of what? Osmosis. Okay, water is moving from where it is what? It is high to where it is low in terms of what? Concentration. Okay, let me see. Okay, great. So let's see something here. Let me give you simple analogy here. Now let's take it this way that somebody has what? Sugar solution. Let me draw. Okay. Let's take Ajuman has a sugar solution here. Like that. Like this. Okay, like that. And then Ajuman has put what? So here, this one contains this and use what? 20 grams of let's say use 10 cube of sugar. Let's use 10 here. And then Bashir, okay, did the same thing, use 5 cube of sugar. Okay, so Ajuman here, Bashir there. Okay, 5 here, 10 there. Now, which of them, when you taste the two, which one contains more water? Which one contains more water? That's of Bashir. Even though the water amount of water there is the same, but when you taste it, if I pour it into some container for you and you taste it, because we speak solution, when time we are describing solution, we speak in terms of solute. All that you will say is that this one contains what? This one contains more what? More solute than this one. Okay, in terms of water, they are the same amount of water that they picked. I can also do the same thing like this way, whereby I will ask, let's say I will ask this thing. Let's take this way. The Ajuman here, Ajuman took this big water, this big container here, okay, and then put 10 in there, 10 sugar there, okay. Bashir pick this, okay, pick small container like that, okay, and then put what? So here put 10 also there like that, okay. Now you can see that Ajuman's water is big here like that. Bashir container is small. All right, so this is Ajuman here, and this is Bashiri here. All of them have the same amount of sugar, but look at the size of their cups. Okay, now when you taste it, which one would you say it is sweeter? Which one is sweeter?
Bashir's own.
But yeah, Bashir's own. Why is it sweeter? Because here, this one took more water. But even though the amounts of what solute there, they are the same. But you can see that the Ajuman's own had what? More water. And anytime we are describing solution, we don't describe solution in terms of solvent. We describe solution in terms of what? How much solute is dissolved in there. Okay? So somebody will just say, even though we took these two folks, they use the same amount of what? Solute in there. When you taste the two, you say that this one contains what? More sugar than this one. Okay, so this is very, very simple here. So here, in the case of osmosis, okay, it is not the sugar that you put in here that will be doing the movement, but it is rather the water inside the sugar solution that will move. So if I should place let's say this side here, if I should place something like this as a permeable membrane between these two, like that. This one contains what? 10 sugar, very sweet. This one contains what? 5 sugar. Okay, like that. And I place it side by side. You realize that what? The water here, the water which one contains more water? Here, this side, the bacteria here contains more water than the adjuvant solution. So water will move from here to here. Okay, so osmosis is simply the diffusion of water molecule from a region of what? From a region of higher concentration of what? Higher concentration of water. Are you there? Do you get the point right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So water is moving from, have you seen the way I defined it? The region of higher concentration of water. Okay. The higher concentration of water means low concentration in terms of what? Solute. Okay. Okay. Please do you understand what I'm saying? When you say high concentration of water, it means that the in terms of solute, it is dilute. Okay. Are you with me here? All right. So anytime you say that, so when you say higher concentration here, we mention of what? Okay. My marker. Let's see something here like this. Okay. So something like this, Okay. Now, so here contain a lot of what? This one like that, this one like that. Doesn't contain too much. This one contain a lot of them, All right. Now, so here, this one, let's assume that the size of the cups are the same. Let's assume the size of the cups are the same. And this one contains this solute. This one contains a lot of solute. Okay. So in terms of solution, what you will see here is that this one contains more solvent. This one, there's more water here. And here, this one contains more of the salt. Okay. So here, this one has higher concentration of what here. This one, so here we'll have what? This side will have high concentration of water. So more water here. This side will have more water here. Okay, more water here. This one will have what? This one will have less water. Okay, this one will have less water, less amount of water here. Okay, less water. Okay, and less water means what? Less water means conc solution. So if I do Gary soakings and I take low amounts of water, it means that my solution is what? It's conc. It's very concentrated. That's conc solution. Okay, all right. So, but in the case of diffusion, it's not the molecule, it's not the salt that will move. It is rather the solvent, which is the water. Okay, the water solvent. All right, the water solvent. It is the water solvent that will rather move, not the solute. Okay, but as I said, anytime we are describing solution, okay, so solution are what? Solutions are described based on the amount of what? Amount of solute. Okay, so conc solution means what? Means more solute. That's less what? Water. And then dilute solution means low less solute, bracket word, more water. Okay, so anytime we are describing, we describe solutions based on this, based on the solute. So when we say conc solution, it means that the solution has more solute. When you say dilute, it has less solute. Okay, so you can see that in osmosis, okay, water will move from what? Water moves from what? Dilute to concentrated. Concentrated what? Concentrated solution. Move from dilute to concentrated solution. But the dilute solution has what? The reason is that, okay, the reason is that dilute solution has more water, because dilute solution has more water. Okay, please, are we there? So osmosis is just like diffusion, right? Is the way it's the diffusion of water molecules from what? From a dilute solution to what? To a concentrated solution. The reason we are calling concentrated is because we speak of solution in terms of the solute dissolved in there. Okay, so it is moving from what? Dilute solution to a concentrated what? Solution. Okay, dilute solution to a concentrated solution. So the water will keep moving until a uniform solution is what? Achieved. Then it will stop. Okay, please, do you get the analogy now? Any confusion so far? Any headache so far? Any headache so far? Any headache so far? Any headache so far?
So, Doc.
Yes, please.
Those who define osmosis that as the movement of solvent molecule.
Yes, it's incorrect.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
when you are defining the word osmo, the word osmo means water. I think it's Greek word for water, osmo. Okay, all right. So osmo, if the person just say movement of molecules, even so, you have to be specific. It should be water molecules. Okay, sometimes if you say movement of water molecules, because this one is strictly water. Okay, water molecules. Okay, water molecules or water solvents. Okay, water solvents accepted. Okay, but if you just say movement of solvent molecules, that's incorrect. You have to be very specific. It's water. It's water that is doing the moving. So diffusion, osmosis is just diffusion of water molecules. Okay, so in this case, instead of solute to move, it's not a solute that is moving, but it is the water molecules, the water solvent that is moving. Please, are we there? Okay, and when it's moving, there is what? There is hello, come again. Yes, please.
Solvent.
In that case, always that a semi-permeable membrane is involved.
Yes, please. Okay, yes, please. Okay, we want to establish this one first before we talk about the semi-permeable membrane. Okay, even in diffusion, semi-permeable membrane is involved. Okay, it depends on the cell. Okay, but it's not really strict requirement for diffusion. But for instance, if molecules oxygen is going to diffuse into the cell, there's a permeable membrane. Okay, the cell membrane is there. Okay, all right. But the word semi-permeable membrane is specific to diffusion because of the semi. Okay, semi-permeable membrane is used exclusively for osmosis, diffusion of water molecules. Okay, good. So here, if you look at what I've written here, say where a solution is separated by what? A weak or one by a semi-permeable membrane. So weaker solution, diffuses through into the what, into a stronger solution to what, all right, to establish what, to equalize the strength of the solution. Okay, but here I'll be much more specific by saying the word, the movement of what, the movement of water molecules or water solvents from what, from a dilute solution, okay, into what, concentrated solution through, so okay, so I'll go by movement. So movement of what, of water molecules from a dilute solution to a concentrated solution until a uniform mixture is obtained. So a uniform mixture is obtained, and this uniform mixture obtaining through what? Through to concentrated through a semi-permeable membrane. Yep. So this is the definition I will give. Movement of water molecules from a dilute solution to a concentrated solution through a semi-permeable membrane until a uniform mixture is where obtained. Okay, that is it. Okay, all right, great. Please, any headache so far? Any headache so far? Any headache so far? Any headache so far? So here, the strict requirement here is this one. The semi-permeable membrane is because it's water, okay? All right, it's water. So here, semi-permeable membrane is really a strong prerequisite. Okay, when water is moving, we make mention of what is separating the two regions. We describe that membrane as being what? Semi-permeable. Okay, please, any headache so far? Any headache so far? Any headache so far? Please, any headache so far? Any headache so far? All right. Okay, so let's see something here. Okay, good. So here you see the difference between the two. Semi-permeable membrane required here, not strictly. Okay, it's not a requirement. You understand that? It's not really a requirement. Okay, for osmosis to occur. Okay, it's a straight for diffusion to occur. The medium of the in the medium between liquid medium, which is true because here there is what we are dealing with, what solutions. Okay, for osmosis, okay, we are dealing with what solutions. Okay, and now for this one may occur in any medium. Okay, it could occur. Its diffusion can occur in any medium. But here you can see that it is water that is doing the movement. Water molecules is doing the movement. So obviously the two regions should be in the form of what? Liquid. And then here, net downward movement of given substance. Okay, so you can see that in terms of concentration, diffusion of only what? Solvent molecules. Okay, so here the solvent molecules here is the what? Is the water. But as I said, be specific. Don't just say solvent molecule and ended there. It's water. Okay, so here is the solvent molecules that are moving, the water molecules, but in the solution, the water is the what? Is the solvent. Okay, so please, when you are defining it, hello.
So, Doc, please, the diffusion can it occur in solid as well?
Yes, why not? Some gaseous substances can diffuse through solid medium. Through solid medium, yes. Even some liquid can diffuse through solid medium. Yes. All right, good. And then so here you can see that Diffusion, only the solvent. So it's the solvent that's moving from where? The solvent is moving from low concentration, because this low concentration, what it means, low concentration means more water, and high concentration means less water. That's what it means. Okay, so right, and here molecule move from what? From a given concentration, from higher concentration to lower. Okay, so here you see we use the word just molecule, substance. Here the emphasis was on substance. We didn't qualify solvent or water or anything. It could be any molecule. You understand that? And it's moving from where it is high to where it is low in terms of concentration. So here it is the movement of the solid, but here it is the movement of the solvent, specifically the water solvent. All right. Okay, good. Please, any questions so far? Any questions so far? Any questions so far? Any questions so
Hello,
far?
sir. Hello, sir.
Hello.
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 Hello, sir.
Hello, please, I'm listening.
Sir, please. Looking at the explanation you've given, can
Yes,
we
please.
describe the process of convection and conduction as a mechanism of diffusion?
Convection and conduction as a mechanism of diffusion. Well, in terms of biology, I would say no. But in terms of physics, I would say yes. In a sense that in the case of convection, okay, for instance, if I should take something like the sea breeze, like that, the sea breeze, you can see that during the day, the warm air moves up, and then the cold air from the sea actually will blow onto the land, okay, and then to set up convectional current, okay. And then conduction is like electron moving from one region to the other. So in terms of biologically speaking, I would say no. Okay, I would say no in terms of but because in both cases energy is involved, and in osmosis and diffusion there is no energy involved. Okay, here in the case of convection, like the differences in temperature, okay, is what drives the convectional current. Okay, in terms of conduction, to electrons will move from high energy level to low energy level. Okay, right. But in terms of osmosis and diffusion, it's a passive process basically. Okay, all right. I hope it's clear.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hello,
All right.
sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. This is a request. I was thinking that if you can give us a 5 minutes break so that members can take water and then come back.
Well, I know you people will not use 5 minutes. So let me give you
15. So exactly 9:30 we are reporting.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, let me give you 20-minute break. That's fine. So that
No,
also
sir, 15 minutes okay.
no
Okay.
20 minutes. I know my people. 20 minutes on the dot. I'm starting. I won't wait for anybody. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Okay, so we are giving ourselves a break. All right. Good. Folks can go for their tea and then come back, please. Exactly 9:27. I'm starting. Okay, so please, we are giving ourselves a little bit of break. 20 minutes break exactly. Okay, so please.
Please, it's 9:37.
9:17. 9:17.
9:17. So 20 minutes
So that
break.
be 9. So 9:37.
9:37. We are coming. Yes, please. All right. Okay, so the folks just wake up from bed, and I met them with a lecture, so they have to get some tea. So let me also get some tea, and then we will get started. Thank you.
Thank you.
Felicia, please off your mic. Gillian, mute your mic.
Right.
Hello, my people. Where is Ajuman? Ajuman is making so much noise, it's not even back.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
so yes.
Okay, so we'll wait for like 3 minutes and then we'll kickstart. I mean, today is the first day of class, so it's understandable.
Yeah, I've been here since so.
Oh, Ajuman, you
I've
are
been
there.
here.
Okay, yeah. So
I've
that
been
would have
here
been
since.
surprising.
Oh yes.
I trust you. I trust you. I trust you. So let's just wait for 3 more minutes when folks will join in the start. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Ajiman. Hello, Ajiman. Hello,
Tony.
Manajingu. Yeah.
Yeah, Tony.
Yeah, what's up?
Adele.
Hey, you guys. you they do great work, so.
Why?
Oh, keep it up, but you at least you are playing a human job, so.
Thank you. We take inspiration from our leaders. Thank you very much for your
That's
support. Yeah.
So
We are sure of getting the feedback by the close of. I think before our next class, we will know what management is saying about the practical aspect of it.
Okay. In fact, it's very important. You see, all other majors are having it, but biology alone, not even a single practical.
It will be sorted out.
That's good. Try for us.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, I think we got to start now. Quite a lot of folks are here. So we started by saying that we talked about molecules, movement into between two regions, which is termed as diffusion, from higher concentration to lower concentration until a uniform mixture is obtained. And then we also talked about diffusion. We also talked about osmosis, and we said that movement of water molecules specifically, to a region of what? From a region of low concentration to higher concentration. Okay, but as I said, low concentration means that there's high concentration of water molecules. And high concentration means low concentration of water molecules. So in reality, osmosis is just like diffusion of water, just diffusion of water solvent or water molecules. Okay, all right. So let's see importance of osmosis in plants. Okay, importance of osmosis in plants. All right, so some of them we've talked about them previously. Okay, so just a little bit recap of that. So when you come to importance of osmosis in plants, so that's entry of water. Okay, that's from so absorption of what water, basically. Okay, into the plant cell from the external environment. Okay, which is very very important because as we read or we discovered from the early part of the slides that about 60%, about 90 to 95% of the protoplasm, okay, of a cell, okay, of the protoplasm of organisms is actually consists of what? Water. Okay, so water is very, very essential. So entry of water is one, absorption of water, okay, movement of water from one living cell to the other. So here, so let me pull this one up a little bit, okay, so that and then all right, so here the first part is talking about what? The first part is talking about, so let's say movement of what? Let's say into what I could draw here. Oh. Okay, so let me take this one, you take right now. So let's say movement of what? So let's take it, this is the root hair like this of plant. Okay, so all right, so the root hair cells, they are something like this. All right, so they will do what? So they are in the shell. What they do is that, okay, they have this large vacuole here, and then so they will absorb water from the external environment. So water absorption from the shell, okay, osmosis actually contributes to that. And then another point is the word water, movement of water from one cell to another. So let's take it this way, that the water is being transported up, okay, or like that. So let's say after the water has been absorbed from the shell, when they are moving, sometimes some of them will move through the vacuum here, like that. Some will move across the vacuum like that, okay. Some will move across the cell membrane in between the cells. Some also move through the cell wall. Okay, all right, through the cell wall. All right, so we shall touch on that one later part of today's class. Okay, so one, apart from the picking up water from the environment, also movement of water from one cell to another who also facilitates the word. That is also by what? By osmosis. And then turgidity. Turgidity is whereby water enters the word. So this big, so let's take it this way, that there's a big plant cell, and then water enters, and then the pressure here, the pressure here, the pressure on this side, the pressure on this side, the pressure on this side, they are all the same. When it happens like that, we say that the cell is turgid. But in the case of plant cell, after turgidity, the cell will not burst. The reason it is not burst is that plant cell has a cell wall. And because plant cell has a cell wall, when the cell becomes turgid, it doesn't burst. Okay, so the cell will not burst because of the cell wall. Okay, and that's what creates the turgidity. Okay, so here this arrow indicates something we call tego pressure, which we shall talk about it very soon. Okay, so one, entry of water, that is the entry of water into the plant cell, okay, from the external environment, and then the classic instance is what, the absorption of water from the cell, and also transport of water, okay, among cells, okay, so like from one cell to another. And as I said, the water can move through the cell wall, okay, and then the water can move through the cell membrane, okay, and the cytoplasm. Some can even go through the vacuum, from vacuum to vacuum. Okay, good. And then we have a variety of plant movement. Okay, so for instance, Some plant opening and closure of the stomata can be influenced by what? Osmosis, okay? So opening and closure of stomata. So sometimes when the stomata want to open, what will happen is that water will go, the stomata will pick up. Let me pick another slide here. So sometimes if there is this cells of plants in the leaves, we call them gut cells. So the gut cells, they look like a kidney shape like that. This is the gut cell like this. Okay, and the whole here, this side is the stomata. So these are the gut cells. Okay, let me something like a nucleus here. Okay, so these are the gut cells. Like that. Now, what this gut cell is that sometimes for this gut cell to open, it will absorb, it will take water from the outside of the other cells around. And then this gut cell, so here, the turgidity of what? The turgidity of the gut cells all right, let me. Turgidity of the gut cells in the leaves helps to open the stomata for transpiration. All right. So here, the hole here, for the hole here to be opened, okay, what is going to happen is that this cell, the gut cell, becomes turgid. And turgid means that water is coming from here. Okay, this one is taking water. All right. Water is coming from what here. Okay, so the water will be absorbed from the surrounding cells into the gut cell by the process of what? Osmosis. Okay, and then when the water enters there, this gut cell becomes what? Turgid. Okay, and so the turgidity of the gut cell, okay, in the leaves helps to open the stomata for transpiration. Okay, so for transpiration. All right, great. Then another thing, so we're talking about, so here we're talking about the maintenance of what? Turgidity, and then variety of plant movement, opening and closure of stomata and flowers. Okay, so here I've talked about turgidity of the gut cell helps to open the stomata. And then also equal distribution of water along different part of the plant. Okay, so yeah, so osmosis will ensure that because of osmosis, okay, water will move from what? Dilute region, meaning more water to concentrated region, meaning what? Meaning less water. All right, meaning less water. Meaning less water. Okay, so and because of that, osmosis helps to distribute what? Help to distribute water, okay, along different parts of the plant, such as leaves, the roots, the seeds. Okay, so osmosis also ensure that. Okay, good. And then another thing is that so another thing is an increase in osmotic pressure, increase the resistance of plant to what? To desiccation and freezing. Okay, so you are saying that increase in what? What is desiccation? When you talk of desiccation, what is it? Desiccation. This one. What's the meaning of desiccation? Yes. What is the meaning of desiccation? When you say desiccation, please, what does it mean? When you say desiccation, please, what does it mean? Yes. When you say desiccation, what does it mean? Anybody from the audience? Yeah, desiccation, what does it mean? Yeah. Anthony Menz, please, Anthony, let me hear from you. Anthony, yes. Oh, Afiz is also here. Afiz, yes. Anthony, can I hear from you? Kingsley, when you say desiccation, what does it mean? Yes, Menz, Menz, you are there. Yes, Menz, you are back. Anthony, let me hear from you, please. Yes, I'm listening. Anthony, yes.
No, please, extreme dry.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so when we talk of what? When we talk of as lady said, when we talk of desiccation, you are talking about what? Extreme dry condition. Now, so what? Remember osmotic pressure when we said it. Osmotic pressure actually prevents the what? It prevents the water. Okay, the osmotic pressure is actually preventing the water from being lost. Okay. Oh, please mute your mic. Okay, so osmotic pressure simply deals with what? If you could remember, okay, when you talk of osmotic pressure prevents what? Okay, prevent the water from doing what? From being lost. Okay, if you could remember that when we're talking about what osmotic pressure, we say that the force exerted by the what? By the presence of a solute in the solution, forcing water to what? Okay, okay, so here, while osmotic pressure is the force exerted by the what? Okay, we said if you could, let's recap of it. Okay, let's say recap of osmotic pressure here. Okay, we said what? Okay, so we said osmotic pressure is the what? Is the pressure, is the force exerted by the presence of what? Solute in what? In a solution. Okay, all right. Is that not it? Causing water to move across a semi-permeable membrane. Do you understand that? Okay, so when we come to osmotic pressure, it's caused by the presence of what? Solute in what? In a solution. Are you with me? Solute in what? In a solution. Okay, all right, causing water to what? To move across semi-permeable membrane from an area of what? Low, area of what? Low. Okay, so this one is caused by what? So osmotic pressure is what? Is the force, okay, all right, exerted by what? Exerted by the what? By the presence of what? Presence of solute concentration in what? A solution. Okay, are you there? All right, so what's this what this one is doing is that it is what? It is pulling the what? It is pulling water onto itself. Okay, so here, oh my cursor. Okay, like that. So you can see that the one here, osmotic pressure, what? Osmotic pressure, pulls water, okay, into what? Onto itself, right? As a result of what? Concentration gradient. Okay, pulls water in. Okay, as a result of what? As a result of the concentration gradient established by what? Established by the two solutions. Okay, all right. as a result of established by the what? The two solutions, okay? All right, so it's what? Cause water. So the two solutions, okay, then osmotic pressure will what? Will cause water to move across the impermeable membrane from a low solute concentration, okay? All right, where there is no much, remember from what? So it will cause water to move from what? Osmotic pressure will cause water to move from what? Water to move from dilute to concentrated. So osmotic pressure will pull the water, okay, to you, will pull it onto itself. All right. Okay, so that's what we talk. So in osmotic pressure, we talk about that due to the presence of what? Due to the presence of solution, okay, solution, due to the presence of solution, okay, and then, all right, and this pressure will pull water as a result of concentration gradient established by the two solutions. All right, good. And then, so what you are saying here is that increasing the what? Increasing resistance of what? Of plant to what? Desiccation. All right. So for instance, you see, we are saying increasing resistance of what? Plants, so which means that plants will not dry out. Why is it so? So this is because, okay, there's more water in the soil than in the plant tissue. Okay, meaning that the plant is going to have what? There will be high concentration of solutes in the plant than in the soil. And so this will cause water to move from what? Water to move from the what? From the soil to the plant. All right. So it will cause water to move from the soil to the what? To the plant. Because inside the plant, there's what? There's high concentration of what? Of solutes inside the plant. So that will exert what? High osmotic pressure that will pull water, okay, to the what? To the plant. Okay, good. Now, as what we've said here, so for instance, you see that here I can this definition of osmosis too, for instance, which means that I can also define this way. Let me show you something here. I can also say that. So let's take it this way. There. So high concentration here. High concentration here like that. High concentration here like this. And low concentration like that. Like that. So let's say this is my membrane here. Now what is going to happen is this. You see, so this is the force. That's the high concentration here. Okay, high concentration solution will pull this one onto itself like this. So do you know another thing? Which means that I can also define it this way. I can also put those pressure here to stop the water from coming. Are you with me? I can also put pressure here like this onto this one to prevent the water from coming. It's also another way I can define it. I can define osmotic pressure is that the pressure I need to stop the water here from coming into this. Are you there? Hello?
Yes, sir.
What is here? What is here is this one is pulling this one. The high concentration here, okay, will pull the low concentration here. The more water here, we'll pull it here like that. So what is here is exiting what? Is exerting high osmotic pressure to pull the water from here. So I can also say that I can exert pressure here onto this one here to stop the water from coming. Do you get the point right? I can exert pressure on this side. I can mount the same pressure here to stop the water from coming, from moving from here, okay, to here. Okay, that's also osmotic pressure. Okay, another osmotic pressure definition is that what is here, okay, will pull water, the strong concentration will pull water from here to here. Osmotic pressure. I can also say that the pressure that I can exert on this one to prevent the water from coming is also osmotic pressure. Okay, all right, good. Okay, so yeah, so here osmosis, so an increase in osmotic pressure. Okay, then I define the word osmotic pressure here. We increase the resistance of what, so that the plant will not lose a lot of water, because during dry condition still, okay, some amount of water will do what, will be absorbed from the soil, okay, into the what, into the plant. Okay, great. And then growth is also influenced by what? Growth is also influenced by osmotic pressure and the what? And Tego pressure. Okay, the growth of plants, okay, plant growth is also influenced by, it's also influenced by what? By osmotic pressure and what? And Tego pressure. So you can see that this osmosis that is very, very important, apart from the fact that it's going to allow absorption of water from the soil, movement of water between cells, rigidity maintenance, okay, all right, for strength in plants, opening of stomata and some flowers, and then distribution of water, all right. It's also helping what? It's also helping preventing desiccation and freezing, and also it tends to influence growth, all right. So these are very, very important things associated with what? Osmosis in plants. Okay, now let's see. So now let's go to a little bit of technical stuff. Okay, it's not really difficult like that. Okay, and as I told you earlier on, okay, diffusion is what? Diffusion is similar to what? Diffusion is osmosis is just diffusion of what? Okay, the diffusion of water. Okay, diffusion of water. Osmosis is just diffusion of what? Of water. Sorry, osmosis is just diffusion. Diffusion is what? When you come to the osmosis is just a diffusion of water molecule. Okay, so what is going to happen is that we are going to describe something we call diffusion pressure deficit. It's very, very simple. I'll take my time and explain it very well so that you understand it. Okay, so let's take it this way. That I have what? I have a water molecule here. Let's say let me take this thing here. Let me take blank slide here so that I'll use it to explain. So let's take one. Let me draw this one here. Now, so let's take it this way. Under normal circumstance, okay? Let's say under normal circumstance, I have here a molecule is here. This is a molecule, okay? A molecule is here. More of the molecule is here on this side. More molecule on this side. More molecule on this side. Okay. More molecule here. More molecule here. More molecule here. And then just few of them on this side. Okay, few on this side. Like that. Few on this side. Okay, great. Now, so what is going to happen? What is going to happen is that, so now these two solutions, so this is, okay, diffusion here, and these are two regions. So here, concentrated region, okay, so let's say high level of the word, of the molecule. The molecule is high here, okay, high level of the molecules here, and low level of the word, of the molecules here. So what is going to happen? What will happen is that these differences, okay, will do what? Will create some sort of, okay, some sort of suction. Okay, the suction, what the suction simply means is that it will create some sort of ability. So here, this molecule here is of less, and this molecule here is high. So what will happen? It will cause this molecule here, okay, will try to move here, okay, in order to establish the word, establish some sort of uniform environment, okay? All right, so this will continue, all right? This will continue until the what? The uniform solution is a uniform molecule is what? It's established, okay? Please, Delay, minimize your voice, please. Okay, please. All right, so this will continue until this one is what? It's established, okay? All right, so what is going to happen is this. Now, let's see similar thing for solution. Okay, let's see similar thing for solution. Okay, let's see similar thing for solution. Hello?
Please, can I come in here?
Please come again.
You were trying to talk about suction.
Okay, I'm coming. Let me delete this and use better destiny. Okay. I'm coming. Let me use better destiny. The image was not that clear. So let's see. Okay, good. I'm coming. Let me use something so that it will be clearer. Okay, so let me use this one. Let me use this one. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Okay, all right. So let me take small one here, small one here, small one here, small one here, like this. Okay, all right. So let's say, okay, so then let me go back so that I can type here. So let's say high concentration is here. This one is high concentration. Okay, high concentration. Okay, so let me type osmosis up here so that osmosis here, and then let me come here, low concentration, low concentration. All right, okay, great. So I have here, so this is my permeable membrane, and this is my osmosis. Let's see what is going to happen. Now, let's see what is going to happen here. Okay. All right. So remember that high concentration in terms of osmosis means what? Means low amounts of what? High concentration here means high water. Low concentration here is what? It's a high. Okay. Let me use this one. Do you know what? Let me shorten this so that it will be easy for me to. Let me make it HCOM. It will be easy.
HC and then LC.
Yeah, so that it will be easy so that I can type. If not, okay, so something like this. So low concentration and high concentration. Okay. Now, so here we know high concentration means low water.
But more solids or
yes.
so.
Okay, low water. All right, so that's what high concentration means, low water. Okay, all right. So what is happening here? Solute is what? Solute is high. Okay, solute. So high solute. Okay, solute is high. Okay, let me put it somewhere here, like that. Okay. Okay, so here, high solute. Okay, and here, low solute. Okay, good. So But in terms of water, so let me go back to my drawing. In terms of water, so here water molecules are here, right? So let's see water is the red one. Okay, so let's see red. The red ones are water here. Okay, great. Now let me come here. Water. Okay, water here. Water. Okay. All right. Water here. Okay. All right. Okay. And then the what? The black one, the black are the what? This thing. The solid. Good. And then here. Okay, so let's say water here. Water here. Water. And then solute. All right, good, beautiful. Okay, so I have high solute here, low solute here. Now, high solute means high concentration, okay, and high concentration means low water. Low concentration means what?
High water.
Okay. So low concentration.
Low solids.
Simply means what? So low concentration means here. Low concentration means high water.
High water, low solids.
Okay. So this one means. All right. Okay. Good. So now we have something like this. Okay. So now I have this one here. Okay. So what the yellow line is my what? Semi-permeable membrane. Okay. Good. So what is going to? So now there is what? There is difference. Okay. There is difference in terms of what? Water, amount of water here, and then amount of what? Water. So the amount of water here and amount of water here, they are different. Good. Now what is going to happen? Water will move. So because of that, there's a certain depth. There's a depth. Okay. The depth in terms of what? The depth is created in terms of this solvent. Okay. This solvent water. The water has created a certain depth. That there's more water here and there's less water here. Okay. And because there's more water here and less water here, this one is going to create some sort of what? Some sort of a suction. So suction, some pressure. Okay, that sort of pressure that, you know what? I lack something. There is something you have, I don't have. So do you know what? I'm going to mount pressure on you and pull you to myself so that I'll be able to get whatever that you have. That let's take it this way, that is between let's take it this way, the Kwame and Belinda. Okay, now Belinda, let's say assuming I have more money than Belinda, and that money here is money in this context means what? The money in this context means so money here is what? Is the water. Okay, the money in this context is the what? Is the water. Okay, so money here equals what? Equals water. Okay. Okay. The money here is equal to what? It's equal to water. It's equal to water. Okay, like that. Okay, good. So the money is equivalent to what? Water, like that. So what is going to happen? Now, I have more money than what? I have more money than Belinda. Okay, than Belinda has. Okay, so what is going to happen? Now, Belinda will exert. When the month ends, Belinda is going to, you see that usually when the husband is at home, okay, when the month ends, what is going to happen? you see that they are even when the man is going to play football, you see the woman is going to follow him. After that, they will pass by the ATM. Sometimes you see some of the pictures on the ATM. You see this man, his head is being scratched by this woman. Okay, so that scratching of the head, okay, that sweet voice, the sweet words, those ones are the what? Are the pressure that this side of the what? Of the solution is going to exert on this side and pull the what? And pull the water molecule, okay, the water molecule, which is what? Red, okay, the water molecule, which is red, okay, will be pulled from here to here, like that, okay? Are you with me? So let's see something. Yes. Come again.
Let me cite this scenario and let's see if we can picture it well. Is it like the husband and then the wife issue? Like, let's say you have a side chick. When the month is ending, you see them constantly calling you and then giving you all that place. Hello, sweetheart. Hello, say Sando. Hello, this. You see, constantly they'll be checking up on you. Can it also be like they are trying to suction they know that they're getting to the end of the month? So that kind of pampering will come so that you know that, yeah, there's somebody there.
As man, for bad boys examples, man, you try a lot.
I'm learning from what you just said. From the white scenario. I linked it to that side.
The bad boy examples, Ajuman. I know.
Ajuman is a very bad boy.
Very bad boy. Very bad boy.
I'm a Presbyterian priest too.
I hear you. So here,
I'm a Presbyterian priest.
That's good. So what is going to happen is that's depth. So the difference between them in terms of the amount of water. So you have, so that difference is, well, remember the difference is created by what? That difference is created by, what is creating the difference? I want a lady to answer this one. What is creating the difference between, so let's say here, this side is what? Let's say this side is A. Let me call this side is A here. Okay, and this side is B. Okay, like this. This side is B. Now, what is creating the difference? The difference. What is creating the difference? Yes. I want the lady to answer this one. We've talked about it. What is creating the difference? Yes. Yes. What is creating the what? What is creating the difference? Hello?
Hello, sir.
Yes. What is creating the difference?
I was saying that the difference is due to the quantity of water between the two mediums.
Yes. You are right. But let's take it in terms of solution. There's something we normally, I've talked about it, that there is something that establishes this osmosis thing. There's something. It starts with C as well. Two-word term. Concentration gradient.
Frank, are you a lady?
Gradient. Good. So you see,
are you a lady?
You see, I want the ladies to. I don't want to be hearing men. You know, one man I can't hear. You know.
Concentration gradients.
Ajuman. Ajuman, if you don't go to heaven, I know what will not take you to heaven. I know. Your examples.
Just as I know.
So with this beautiful illustration that I've done here, so let's take it this way: that you have more water here on this side than this side, and as Ajuman stated it, now the moment the month ends, the side chicks, they know that there is more water on what? On Ajuman's side than their side. So they will start exerting pressure. So this pressure they are exerting here, okay, is what you call the suction pressure. It's the pressure to go and pay your depth. So the depth is more or less the difference between two of you. So let's say at home, let me give let's say at home, okay, the wife here has just what? 300 here. Okay, let's say the wife is working, having 300 cedis here. The man is working, taking, let's say, 700 cedis here. All right. So what is going to happen? Okay, we need to establish the same. So here, 200 cities need to move from this side of man. So there's a depth between two of them. And this depth is created by the what? The concentration gradient. Okay, the differences between them. Okay, so this depth is created by the what? The concentration gradient between the two solutions. And this gradient, the concentration gradient, which has been created as regular due to the differences in the what? In the concentration of the two solutions, has created a depth. Okay, the depth. So this is the depth. Okay, ending of the man's depth. Okay, this is the depth. Okay, all right, this is the depth here. Okay, so let's say the depth, this depth is what we are talking about, what? The suction. Okay, that pressure, okay, that pressure, okay, that pressure that you are going to do what? You are going to exert, okay, that pressure here. This pressure is created as a result of what? Differences in the what? In the concentration. All right. And this differences in concentration is going to cause this side here. Okay, this side, which has less water. Okay. And the depth here is what? Here there's more water here. And so that pressure will be exerted by the strong concentrated solution to pull more money from Ajiman to this side, to the cheek here, to the side cheek here. All right. And this pulling of money, it will continue. The pulling of money will go until here becomes what? 500. Okay, 500. And here also become what? 500. All right. And when it becomes 500 here, then we say that there is no what we say when it becomes 500 on each side, then the term we say is that there is no what? There is no net movement. So that one I can say, we can say that there is no what? No net movement. Okay, so let me clean the top one. Okay, that one we say that, and when the thing reaches 500, okay, that it will go out to the water level, water concentration 500. Then we say that there is what? No net movement of what? Of water molecules. Okay, all right. Now the side cheek of Ajiman, it's what? It's having 500 cities, and then Ajiman is also 500, meaning that the money will keep moving. Okay, 50 will go first, another distance, scratching of head, another 50 will go, another scratching of head, another 50 will go, another scratching of head, 20 will go, and then it will go what? Till Ajiman will go to what? 500. At that moment, the side check is 500. Concentration here is 500. This one is also 500. So now we are the same. And when we got to the same level of concentration, then we say there is no net move. That doesn't mean that water will not move. But what it means here is that the amount of water that will move here, like that, okay, onto this side, is the same amount of water that will come to this side. And so at that moment, we say there is no net movement of water molecules. So let me take the thing one more time. Okay, so we are saying that when a solution is created, okay, let's say I have a solution created, a beautiful solution created here, two different concentrations, one side here, another side here. Ajiman is 700, and the lady is what? This 700 is indicating, let's say, amount of water, okay, and the lady is having 300. So what will happen? So the lady is more concentrated, okay, because the lady has more solutes, okay, more solutes, all right, okay, but Ajiman has what? More money. And where there is more money, we say that, so the money is, let's take it this way, the solute is the food at home. In the lady's house, there is more food there. And in Ajiman's house, there is less food, but there's more money. And the money is indicating what? Water. So what will happen is that at the end of the month, Ajiman is having 700. The lady also works, is taking 300. So the lady is going to exert something. There is a depth. Okay, you know, as the adage goes, that even when you're walking by and you say hello to when you greet a lady, good morning, you are owing her. Okay, you are owing her. When you just say good morning, you are owing her. So at the end of the month, Adjiman side chick knows that Adjiman is having 700 cedis there, and this thing, the chick is also having over 300 cedis. So what is going to happen? These differences, which has been established as a result of what? As a result of differences in concentration gradient. Okay, differences in the what? In the two concentrations. Okay, this difference in two concentration is what we term as what? Concentration gradient. Okay, so a debt has been created, a debt that needs to be paid, meaning that there's more water here, there's less water here. Okay, all right. Then the less water region will exert a certain pressure. Okay, a certain pressure. Now, do you know what? More water molecules should what? Should move from this side to this side. Okay, and that's more water. So more money should come. Okay, from Adjiman to the lady. All right, and as more water goes to this side, okay, then the concentration, the food level. Okay, so it will be going now until a time that they almost having the same amount of water here, the concentration here, and the concentration here, everything is the same. Do you understand that? So the water level here and the water level here, they are the same. The amount of water here, the amount of water here, they are the same. The amount of solute here, amount of solute here, okay, the same. So remember, as this lady is taking the money from Adjiman, okay, this lady is also bringing what? Food and stuff like that is also being more. All right. So at the end of the day, you realize that the money will keep going until the concentration here and the concentration here, they are all the same. But while the concentration are different, the solution here will exert what? A certain pressure, which is the what? The depth this one is owing this one. A certain pressure here. Okay, there's more water here, there's less water here. So this one will exert a certain pressure, that the depth to pull more water, and the water will keep going, The water will keep going, until two of them have the same level of what? Concentration. Okay, and that's water keeping going is basically the one here paying its debt. Okay, and it will not just pay the debt, it is paying the debt because this one is pulling him. Do you understand? The water is going is because somebody is pulling him, that he should pay the money. All right, so somebody is there pulling him, that bring the money. So that's pressure pulling the concentrated solution, exerting that strong pressure on the what? Pulling Adjiman, okay, to bring the money. Okay, that is what we call diffusion what? Pressure what? Deficit. Okay, so that diffusion pressure deficit, okay, is the what? That is the pressure, the suction pressure. Okay, so this is the suction pressure this one is using to pull the water from here onto itself. Please, are you okay with that?
Very, very well.
Okay, good, beautiful. So now what will make, now we know that there is something we call diffusion. Okay, so all right, so there's something we call diffusion pressure deficit, and that diffusion pressure deficit, okay, all right, is the what? Is the what? The suction or the sucking pressure, or the suction pressure. What is pulling you? You don't want to pay, but you will pay. Okay, and this one is created by what? Remember, it's created by the concentration gradient between the two regions of the solution. All right, and who is exerting it? The conc the Kong solution, in terms of what? Kong solution, okay, the concentrated solution has what? Solution, which has what? Low water, all right? It's now what? Exerting what? Exerting pressure on the what? On this one, okay? Exerting pressure on the what? On the dilute. On the dilute solution, pressure, okay, it's mounting pressure on you. And what is the pressure going to do? What the pressure will do is that on the what? On the dilute solution. Dilute solution. Remember, dilute solution means what? More water. More water here. Let me put this one back. More water here. More water, okay? So more water, okay? That's more water there. Now, when they start mounting pressure on you, you have no choice. Then this pressure, as they start giving you pressure, you can then, that pressure will be used to pull water from you like that. Now, have you seen it? It will be used to pull water towards the side. So now this is the pressure, okay? This pressure is now pulling water from what? From adjuvant, okay? Okay, it's now pulling water from what? Adjuvant, okay? All right, pulling water from adjuvant like that. Why? This one has exerted something we call what? The diffusion pressure deficit. And this diffusion pressure deficit is created by the what? It's created by the differences between the what? It's created by the concentration gradient between the two regions of what? Of solution. All right. So these two regions of solution is what has created this beautiful pressure. Okay, this suction pressure. The sucking pressure. And who is having that sucking pressure? The sucking pressure is coming from the what? The strong concentrated region, which has low water. Then it's now pulling the water that on this side, on the dilute region. So let's say the water is the money. Okay, the water, more water means more money. All right, it's pulling, it's drawing onto itself. Okay, and that's what we call the what? The diffusion pressure deficit. Are you there? So the diffusion pressure deficit is what is going to pull you. Okay. All right, you don't want to give the money, but they will force you to give the money. All right, good. Then we have another pressure, which we call what? We call it what? Tego pressure. Okay, we have another pressure, we call it what? We call it Tego pressure. Okay, another pressure we call Tego pressure. Remember when we're talking about the word? So let me go another this one here. Okay. So we have another pressure, we call what? We call it Tego pressure, okay? We have another pressure, we call it Tego pressure here, like that. So this is my cell, okay? Remember this cell, like this. And then you remember the previous slide, I draw something like this, that when the cell is what? I said when the cell is something, okay? So let's see, this is the cell here, okay? This is the cell here, like that. Okay, now there's something here. There's this something we call what? You see, when the cell is turgid, this one, have you seen the wall here? This is the wall, this is the cell wall. What you say is a cell wall. What? Cell wall. All right. Now you can see that this cell wall is exerting some sort of when there's what? When the cell, this it becomes turgid. Okay, what happens is that this cell wall, you can see pressure here are equal. So the wall here, this cell wall is exerting what? A certain pressure. Okay, all right. This cell wall, all right. Okay, within that confinement. Okay, are you with me? Within that confinement, okay, there is this pressure. Okay, which you call it what? That is the word, the Tego pressure. All right, okay, from the word. So this Tego pressure here, okay, so this one Okay, this is the pressure here exerted by the what? The wall. Okay, this wall here. This wall. All right, this is the wall here. All right, exerting, okay, this one. Exerting like that. So as the water gets to the equilibrium, the moment the water gets to the equilibrium, you see that there is this, the pressure will be equal on this side like that. And as I said that, it will not burst. Okay, this thing will not burst at all. The cell wall will not burst. Why? Due to the presence of the what? Of the cell will not burst when it becomes turgid. All right, the cell will not burst when it becomes turgid. Cell will not burst. So at turgidity, cell doesn't work. Doesn't burst. Okay, doesn't burst due to the cell,
Presence of wall.
the cell wall. So presence of the, okay, so presence of what? Presence of the cell wall. So the cell wall will not what? The cell will not burst. Okay, so you can see that there's pressure also as a result of what? There is also another pressure. Okay, do you know what? There's also another pressure. Okay, good, due to the what? Due to the wall. Okay, all right. Okay, good. So we have the Tego pressure develop inside the cell from time to time, diffusion of water inside the what? The cell. Okay, water enters. Tego pressure build gradually. Okay, until osmotic pressure provide what? Okay, so there is pressure. Okay, so endo-osmosis means entering water, entering the what? Endo-osmosis means water is what? Water is entering. And then when you say exo-osmosis means that water is coming out. Okay, so we have the endo means water is entering. Okay, so here, if you look here like that, so when water enters the cell will not burst. And the reason the cell doesn't, unlike animal cell, it's in the case of animal cell, as the water enters the cell, and then it becomes turgid, it does what? It bursts. Okay, but here it will not burst. And the reason it will not burst is because of the what? The pressure exerted by the what? The wall. Okay, all right, good. And then let's see something here. There we have another word, another pressure. Okay, all right, we have another pressure inside this thing. We have another pressure here. Okay, now let's look at something here. So we have mentioned two pressures here. So we have osmotic pressure. Okay, all right, this osmotic pressure is created by the differences between the two concentrated regions. Okay, and then we have something we call what? Tego pressure. Okay, the Tego pressure is the Tego pressure is created because of the what? The wall. Okay, the wall. Now, so in total, somebody is pulling you. Look at that. So let's see something here. Now, let's see something here. Now look at something here. Now look at something here. Now let's say, remember that there's a debt you need to pay. Okay, this debt is you are going to pull water here into yourself. But there is also a wall around this particular cell. Okay, so let's say there's a wall. So now we are translating this one in terms of what? In terms of plant cell. Okay, let me go and draw, and so that will be better. Okay, let me draw here. Okay, let me draw here like that. So now, let me draw this. Okay, so here there's a cell here like this, a cell here like that, and this is the outside the cell. Okay, let me pick red. So let's say water is here. This is water outside the cell like this. Okay, water outside the cell. And then I assume that, so let's say this is my wall like this. Wall like that. And inside there are a lot of solutes. So let me pick different one. So a lot of solutes, a lot of solutes, a lot of solutes, a lot of solutes and salts and stuff like that. A lot of stuff here, a lot of stuff here, a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff here. Okay, different solutes are here. Okay, different solutes and stuff like that are all here, right? Like that. So you clearly you can see there are plenty solutes here. All right. So what is going to happen? Now, under normal circumstances, let's say there's no wall. If there's no wall and then the two solutions even are just here, this is going to exert what? The pressure deficit to pull this one onto here. All right, now there's a wall. There's a wall here. Okay. Now this pressure, that osmotic pressure that we were talking about, okay, the osmotic pressure, okay, or the deficit pressure which we were talking about, okay, that pressure, okay, that deficit was created as a result of what? As a result of differences between the two concentrations. All right. Now let's take it this way. Now water is going to move to here. Let's say I'm going to pull water, okay, or I'm going to draw water from here. Okay, I'm going to draw water from here. Okay, so let's see. Let me take my marker here. Okay, I'm going to get water from here, like that. My marker. All right, what? I'm going to get water from here into this cell like this. Now, if we are going to draw water from here like that, you see, two things will be here. Let's say this one is high concentration. This is low concentration. Now, there are two things you get. There is resistance that you get as a result of what? As a result of this wall. The wall here. Are you there? This wall here. This wall here. Okay. Will create some level of resistance if I'm going to draw water here. Are you with me? Okay. If there's no this wall, okay, and it's just me, it is just me here, it is just admin here. All right. So let's take it this way. If this is admin here, and just the side cheek here. All right. Okay. And water being drawn from here to here. You see, this is just a region created by the word differences in the word concentration. But now there's a wall here. So let's say the wall is the wife, Adjuman's wife here. Do you understand that? So right now, Adjuman can't give all the money like that to this one, to the what? To the lady, to the side chick like that. No. Do you understand that? So which means that the amount of water in terms of the pressure deficit, okay, the pressure deficit here will be what? Will be what Adjuman has created here, the differences, which is the osmotic pressure, which Adjuman has created, minus what? Minus the resistance created by this one, the Tego pressure. Please, are you with me? Are you with me? Now the wife is here, in between here. The wife is here. So the money will not flow just like that, straightforward like that to Adjuman. At the end of the month, this one will also exert something here. Okay, it will prevent the money from going straight forward just like that. If it is just the cell membrane, you will not suffer. You get it. But there's a wall. So this pressure deficit here, now the total pressure deficit, okay, the pressure deficit here will be equal to the what? Will be equal to the osmotic pressure, the osmotic pressure, which was created as a result of what? Differences in concentration gradients. And now the wall is now preventing Adjuman from what? From giving all the money out. So which means that so this wall creating another pressure here will subtract some of the money. All right. So the suction pressure available for Adjuman, okay, will be what? Will be the what? Will be the osmotic pressure minus the what? Minus the what? The Tego pressure. Will give us the what? The pressure deficit. Please, are you with me? Any confusion so far? If the wall wasn't there, it will just be, if there's no wall here, if there's no wall, it will just be the osmotic pressure created by the what? Created by the difference between the concentration gradients. Is that not it?
Gradient. Yes, sir.
If there's no, now there's no, this is just a girlfriend, no chick, there's no wife. So in that case, the girlfriend will get a lot of money. But this is the situation that this girlfriend, this side chick here, there's also a wife here in the middle. So the pressure deficit, the suction, the that amount of money that Ajiman, that what is pulling Ajiman, it will not go straight forward like that. So if the wife wasn't there, it will just be like this. It will just be a permeable membrane here. This is the permeable membrane. Ajiman 700, side check 300. Ajiman will give 200 here. Everything depth, paid, beautiful. Concentration gradient here. But now we are talking about plant cell. And plant cell has what? Has a cell wall. Now, if you have a cell wall, the cell wall is going to exert what? Its own pressure, which we call it what? Tego pressure. Okay? The tego pressure. And this tego, because of the tego pressure, now the difference here will not, when water is going like that, it will not be so straightforward like this. When it is pulling this like that, let's take it this. So this one is pulling from Ajiman like that. It will be so true. There will be another wall here like that. This is the wife. Okay, let's take the wife is here. Let's say the wife is here like this. Now the wife is here in the middle here like that. Okay, the wall, there is a wall here. Do you understand that? And this one is exerting pressure here. Okay, pressure like this. So as they pull the water, this one is also exerting backward. So now the water that the side chick here is pulling, it will not go so straightforward like that. It is pulling the water against the tego pressure here. Please, do you understand what I'm saying? Okay,
yes,
if there's no wall, it will be Ajiman and side chick alone. The water goes straight forward. Okay, when I get my pay, I wire you the money. You are fine, you are going. But here, there's a wife here. And because of this wife in the middle, okay, the money that will go straight forward here, it wouldn't be like that. So let's take it this way, that the pressure depth between two of them, let's assume the pressure depth that Ajiman is supposed to pay. Now is what? Let's take it this way, is 200. Now, do you know what? Here, let's take the wife is here, taking about what? 150 out of it. So which means that the pressure depth that will go to the side chick here will be 50. Please, do you understand?
Okay.
Yep.
And those walls are 45 walls, so
yes,
they are very, very 45 walls. So
hey,
it will be very difficult.
Ajiman, bad man.
Yeah, so it will be very difficult for the
exactly.
to move easily. So this is simple analysis. Let's take it that way.
So good. So here, so when you come to the osmotic, so here the osmotic pressure is what? Is by what? When you talk of the osmotic pressure, so the osmotic pressure here is the pressure as a result of what? These differences in the concentration here, the solute, what is happening here, this and that, what is going on in here, all right? And the concentration gradients, that what is in here, this is the osmotic pressure, okay? You understand what is solute here, the temperature, the solute, and all those concentration here. What is here? What is happening here? That's the osmotic pressure, okay? Now, the tego pressure is by this wall, the wall here. Do you understand that? So now the deficit that Ajiman is going to pay, meaning that the water moving from where? Let's take it this way, that Ajiman is going to lose water. So let's say this is here. This is Ajiman here. Ajiman is going to lose water from here, okay, to this side here. Let's say more, okay. Ajiman is going to lose water here. Now you see, if Ajiman is going to send this water here, all right, here is the what? Osmotic pressure. As a result of what? The osmotic pressure is created by the what? The solute inside the solution. Okay? The osmotic pressure is created by the solute inside the what? The solution. Okay? The osmotic pressure is created by the what? The solute. Okay? This solute here inside the what? The solution. Okay? It is the solute concentration here that will create the concentration gradient. When I have more solute here than what is here, that's create the concentration gradient. Is that not it? If I have more solute here than what is here, that's what is create the concentration gradient. All right. So let's take it this way: more solute here, more solute here, more solute here, more solute here, more solute here. All right. So more solute here. So this more solute here, all right, inside here is this. So this is the chick. So this is the side chick here. Now this is Ajiman here. Okay, like that. Now, if water is going to be drawn, okay, from here to here, it's not going to be so easy like that. Okay, so there's osmotic what? There is a osmotic pressure which has been created as a result of the solute. Then there is a wall, and this wall is the what? This wall is giving the Tego pressure. So at the end of the day, okay, the diffusion pressure deficit is what? Is the what the Tego pressure took, and what there was. So what is available to me is what arguments pay is the osmotic pressure. What is creating the differences in the concentration gradient as a result of the solute, the temperature, the hydration, whatever inside it. Okay, that is what is creating. And then, as if there's no side check, this one will not. If there's no wall, this one will not be there. But once there is wall, the Tego pressure will come in. And this Tego pressure, so at the end of the day, what the suction pressure, the pressure that will be available to pull water, the suction pressure that will be available, okay, is the what? Is the diffusion pressure deficit, which is the same as the what? Which is the same as the suction, okay, the suction pressure or the sucking pressure, okay, what is pulling you, okay, what will be available to the side check. Do you understand that? So this is the osmotic pressure. The osmotic pressure is as a result of what? The solute in the solution. All right, the solute in the solution, the concentration gradient. What is creating the concentration gradient? As a result of what? The solutes, the anions, the whatever inside the solution. And then this wall, the wall here, the Tego pressure created by the wall. Okay. So what will be available? So this wall is now pulling, while this one is pushing, this one is pulling something back. So what is available for suction is the what? Is the osmotic pressure minus the Tego pressure. That will give you the what? Diffusion pressure deficit, which is the same as the what? The suction pressure. Please, are we okay with this explanation? Please, are we there? Are we there?
Yes, Doc.
Any confusion? Okay, so remember the osmotic pressure is the one created by the solute. Okay, the solute, the amount of solute inside the what? So this is the osmotic pressure. Okay, the solute inside the solution. Okay, that is what is creating the word osmotic pressure. The osmotic pressure is that pressure that will give me the ability to what? To draw something to myself. Okay, but when you are drawing something to myself, now I'm drawing you to myself, I'm luring you to myself, but there's another guy who is acting as a wall. So that guy is the Tego pressure when it comes in terms of what? In terms of the plant cell. If there's no wall, we are not talking about Tego pressure. But once there is a wall, okay, as I pull the thing into the cell, the wall will also be there to exert some sort of Tego pressure. Okay, so now what is available to me? So let's say I've collected my pay. My whole pay is let's say my pay is 5,000. Now I have to do one or two things with the money. So let's say the one or two things that with the money is the what? Is the 5,000 available to me. After my take-home pay is the 5,000. Okay. Now home commitment, and so now the home commitment is the Tego pressure. Have you seen it? The home commitment, the wife, the children, home commitment, paying of bill, because that's the Tego pressure with you on your neck. So after you've done all those things, then what will be available to you that the side chick will take? Okay, the side chick, what will be available to the side chick is the what? The osmotic pressure minus the Tego pressure. So the Tego pressure is the wall around you, the home conditions, school fees matter, and those things. That's the wall around you. Okay, so the pressure deficit, the diffusion pressure deficit, which we call the suction pressure in terms of what? Plant cell, because of the wall there. Okay, so it is the osmotic pressure minus the what? The suction, the Tego pressure. Okay, the Tego pressure, then will give you the what? The diffusion pressure deficit. If there is no wall, the what? The suction pressure will be equal to the what? The osmotic pressure. Please, are you with me?
Sir, very, very well understood. Use my analogy. My analysis is the simplest one.
So with this one like that, now when you come to the osmotic pressure, as we said earlier on, the osmotic pressure is basically created by the concentration of the solution. And the concentration of the solution is due to the solutes in the molecule, the temperature, how they are dissolving in the solution. Okay, all right. So osmotic pressure here, we have this, what is here affecting it. Okay, so when you talk of osmotic pressure, so osmotic pressure is basically that pressure that has been created by the what? By the Kong concentrated solution. And what's creating the Kong is the amount of solutes in there, how the solutes will dissolve. And how the solutes will be dissolving there is affected by temperature. Okay, how the solute will break down within the solution. That's a hydration. So all these ones will affect how the solute concentration will be created. Please, are you with me? You see, we are talking about how so here osmotic pressure is what is creating the what? What is creating the pressure is the what? The strong, the Kong, okay, the Kong what? Concentrated what? Concentrated what? Concentrated region. Okay. And what will affect it? What will affect it is the concentration of the solution. And if we are talking about concentration of the solution, we are talking about how the solute will dissolve in it. How will the solute break down? If I put sodium chloride, if it is salt that I've put in there, how would the salt break down into what? Into sodium, that's the Na ion, okay, plus, and what? And then what? And then the Cl minus, how it will break down like that and dissociate, okay, distribute within the solution. All right, the temperature of the solution will affect it, because the high temperature will affect the rate at which the solution came to what? The solute will dissolve. And then the hydration deals with how the water molecules will even break down the what? Will break down the bond between the solutes. Okay, let's take it this way, that the sodium here, chlorine here, like that. Okay, chlorine there like this. Now, how this bond here will be broken, it deals with the hydration. Okay, so once we are done with all that, then I get my word osmotic pressure, which has been created by the word osmotic pressure, which has been created by Kong concentrated word. That's a strong concentrated solution. Strong concentrated solution here. All right, strong concentrated solution here. Now what? Now I want something to come into the cell or something to go out of the cell. Okay. Now what would happen to you? It will be the osmotic pressure. Osmotic pressure is the pressure that has been created as a result of what? Differences between the what? The two concentrated regions. As a result of what? Concentration gradient. Okay. As a result of concentration gradient. Good. And then the wall is there, which is the Tego pressure here. Okay. And so this will be my suction pressure. This is what goes to the side check. This is what the side check will prove from me. Is the osmotic pressure minus the Tego pressure. Okay. Then so it's working both ways. Whether the thing is going out of the cell or is going into the cell. Okay, whichever way, the wall is here. So the wall is giving me Tego pressure. If it is something that is, if the water is going into the what? If the water is going into the cell here, remember, if the water is going into the cell, what is going to happen? To be like this. If the water is going into the cell like this, like that. Remember, it's encountering this wall. Okay, the wall like this. Okay, so it will be what? It will be, if this one is the one exerting the pressure, it means that it will be the what? The osmotic pressure here, okay, minus the what? Minus the Tego pressure is what is being exerted, okay, pulling the water. It is this way round too, it will be the same thing. If this one is the one pulling the water, it is the what? It is the osmotic what? Pressure, okay, minus the Tego pressure, okay, that will give you the what? That will give you the suction pressure, that will give you the water. Okay, great. Please, any confusion so far? Any confusion so far? Any headache so far? All right, please let me explain what is on this my screen. Okay, these 2 slides, and then I will call it a day. Okay, I'll just take like just 5 minutes of your time, and then I will explain what is on my screen here, and then we'll call it a day. Now, there's something we call, people tend to confuse something we call water potential and osmotic pressure. Now, water potential is this. Water potential is the net movement of water by osmosis, like water moving. Okay, when you talk of water potential, the water moving, okay, like this one, the net movement of what? Water by osmosis. Okay, good. Okay, is the water potential. That's the ability of what? Ability of water. Okay, the tendency of water to move. That's what we call water potential. Okay, please look at what I'm dwelling on. The ability of what? Water to move. So let me put this one here. Okay, so let's take it this way there. So ability, when you say water potential, please don't confuse with what? Osmotic potential. Osmotic pressure. Okay, when you say water potential is ability to move. Ability of what? The ability of water, to move. That is water potential. Okay, let's see. And we know that water will move what? Water will move from where there is more water. Water moves. Move from more water environment, okay, to what? To less water environment or region, like that. That's the principle. So water will move from here, okay, where there is more water, okay, where there is more water, and more water means dilute solution. Dilute solution. That's what it means. Okay, and less water means Kong solution. But the Kong solution is going to do something. What will the Kong solution do? The Kong solution will exert what? Osmotic pressure. The depth. The Kong solution, which where there is more solute and less water, that's Kong solution where there is less water will exert what? Pressure. Okay, something you call suction pressure. The suction pressure was what will draw water onto itself. If there's no wall at all, what will we be talking about? If there's no wall, we will see that the diffusion pressure deficit, which is the suction pressure, will be equal to what? Will be equal to the osmotic pressure. But while there is a wall, then the wall will also exert something, as I said earlier on. No, so the ability of water to move is what you call water potential. This one. So ability of water to move is what you call what? Water potential. That tendency for water to move, it means that that's what we call what? Water potential. And water will move where there is more water to where there is what? Less water. So now let me ask you this question. Once you get it, it means we are done. Okay? So water will move from where there's more water to where there is what? Less water. Less water means Kong solution. Okay? Less water means Kong solution. So now my question is this. dilute solution, dilute solution, dilute solution, dilute solution, and Pong solution. Pong solution. Which one? Which one? Everybody type your answer. Type your answer. Don't say your answer. Once you get this one, we are done. Dilute solution and Pong solution. Which one has the higher water potential? Yes. Everybody type your answer. Dilute solution. This, okay, dilute solution and Pong solution. Which one has higher water potential? Yeah, so let's see. My ladies, please. Okay, good. Dilute solution. Yeah, the girls. Rosamond. Yes, Rosamond. Team, let the ladies team. My ladies, yes, the ladies on fire. Yes. Oh, I can see Belinda. Rosamond. Yes. Fidelia. Oh, Valencia. One Valencia. Oh, Juliana is back. The ladies are pressing the neck of the guys. Ajiman has written concentrated. Oh, yeah, some of the guys are getting small, but the ladies, I can see. Juliana, I see you. Oh, well, Alan, what did you say? Alan,
Sir, this is human assassination.
Oh my God.
This is academic assassination.
Alex wrote, I see Alex too. Oh my God. Oh, Anna, you are there. Cecilia. My ladies. Oh. God bless the ladies. Oh my God. These ladies are too. No, ladies, please. Next week, don't come for this class again. You are too smart to be in this class. Too smart. No. Oh. Hey, Salamatu. Salamatu. Somebody has taken Salamatu's phone. Who is that? I know Salah will not write that.
The Salah overpower arm.
Salamatu. Who is holding Salamatu's phone? The person should give the phone to Salamatu. I'm sure Salamatu's husband has picked the phone. Oh no. Salah, please. Let them give the phone. The person should give the phone to Salah. Good, excellent. I think you've done very well. So here, when we talk of water potential, that's water moving. Okay, ability of water to move between two regions is what we call water potential. And water will move from where it is wet, where it is high, where the potential is what is high, to where the potential is low. Is that not it? Okay, so we can see clearly dilute solution has what? Has high water potential. Okay, so dilute solution has high water potential. Please don't confuse dilute solution and don't confuse water potential and osmotic pressure. That is where most students get confused. Water potential. Hello, yes.
With this, your 9 points raised, that we shouldn't confuse dilute solution with water potential. Very good. I just want to say that we have another class 11:50.
Oh, okay. Then please, we need to end the class.
So if we can pause here,
yeah, that's
beautiful.
beautiful.
Refresh a little so that we can also meet
Beautiful.
the professor.
Okay, all right. So
But before I go, before I go,
before that, before you go, there's a question on my screen. There's a question on my screen. So please, A here. So water potential, you can see the negative. Negative means that higher negative. The negative means when you are very low, it means you are higher negative. So this is very low. Okay, and this is negative 100 water potential, and this is what negative 500. Okay, so please let me put some alphabet here, and then you get it for me. A and what? B here, like that. Please, where would the water go? Now there's membrane here. Would the water go from B to A or A to B? Please, that is all. So here, the potential here is minus 500, and the potential here is minus 100. Okay, where would the water go? Yes, where would the water go? Please type your answer. Or I want one lady to answer me, and then I know you've understood. Then we'll close. One lady to answer me. Okay, one lady to answer me, and then we close. Yes. Okay, so Beatrice says that. Okay. Oh, excellent. Well done. All right. So B, I can even see that Beatrice wrote here A to B, so you can see that the water potential here is higher than the what? The water potential here, and so water will move from here to here. All right. So let me ask one last question, please. Pure water in the lab. Pure water in the lab. Okay, pure water, like no this thing, will have water potential of 0. True or false?
True.
True. Excellent. Now, Ajiman, question to you. Ajiman, your question. The water you've been drinking that you call pure water will have water potential of 0. True or false?
So it's false.
Okay. Lucky you. All right. So on this note, please, we'll end the class here, and then please, as you read, end it up to this point. Then God willing, next week we'll continue from the water solo. I'll try and send you trial questions as well to guide your learning as well. Okay. All right. I have to do this weekend before the week starts. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for having me. Have a good day, and God bless you. Hello. I'm listening.
Thank you. The slides that we just shared, yesterday you made me share the slide. Can you forward this one to me so that because we've added more
diagrams in it. Okay, please, I'll send it by email. Okay, I think Ajman, please send your email right now. Type it so that I'll copy. Type it onto the screen. I'll copy. Okay, so that you can prepare for the next class, please. I'm sorry, I apologize for taking a lot of your time. Please, Ajman, type it on the this thing.
I'm typing it.
Okay, type it there so that, and then I can copy it. And then, all right, I will send it to you.
Doc, we are most grateful to you for your kindness. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your kind words.
In fact, we missed you.
Oh, I've missed you people badly. Yes. Okay, I've missed you people badly.
We miss you a lot.
Ajman can't even write his. Ajman can't even write his email.
Ajman is a very bad boy.
Very bad boy. Really good. Anything that has nothing to do with bad, he can't do it. Oh my God. God, please forgive this man. All right. So please, I will try, and then I will send this thing to you. Okay. So I'll forward it to Ajman, and then from there he will forward it to you. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. Have a good day, and then may God richly bless you. Okay.
Same to you, Doc.
You, Doc.
Please take care.
Mr. Ajman.
Yes.
I thought you said the letter was going to Monday evening.
Huh?
No, we have.
I thought it's
Professor is having two courses. We have organic chemistry and then natural product chemistry.
okay.
So we are having the organic chemistry today. Then Monday we have the natural product.
Are we also doing the natural products?
Please, are we
Check
doing
your register
natural
form.
products? We are not doing it too.
We're not doing natural products though.
I'm not sure. It's not in our courses.
My daughter is in the background. Hello, boy. How are you? How are you? You are learning with mommy. The way you'll be brilliant age. Oh, wow. What a brilliant boy. What's your name? What is your name? My brilliant boy who is learning with mommy. What is your name? Okay, so Adman, please, I only sent the lecture for today. Okay, great. So I've sent you the lecture for today. This is one. Okay.